Are we ready? Okay, thank you everybody for being here for this regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. Could we please have the roll?
Yes, thank you. Trustee Clark?
Here.
Trustee Collum?
Here.
Trustee Davis-Ford?
Here.
Trustee Levinson?
Present.
Trustee Rosner?
Here.
Trustee Schnall?
Here.
And President Torpey?
Here.
Thank you. Adequate notice of this meeting had been provided to the press in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act. In addition, notice of the meeting was posted in Village Hall, posted on the village website, and has been filed in the office of the village clerk. Official action may be taken at tonight's meeting.
Thank you. So we had a resolution for executive session tonight to discuss one item. Mr. Rother?
Yes.
What title and what exception does that fall under? Because I don't have anything in front of me.
We're going to do a personnel discussion in executive session.
Okay.
Do you need a resolution number?
Give us a resolution. We can give us a
Yeah, 181 would be the next to use.
181.
Yeah, 181.
I move.
Okay. Moved by Trustee Collins.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Levison. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. We will go into closed session and reconvene back out here at 8 p.m. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'd like to reconvene this regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. Could we please have the roll again?
Yes, thank you. Trustee Clark?
Still here.
Trustee Column?
Here.
Trustee Davis Ford?
Here.
Trustee Levinson?
Present.
Trustee Rosner?
Here.
Trustee Schnall?
Here.
And President Torpy?
Here.
Thank you.
Everybody, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please stay standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. Okay, before we get started, we've got a couple announcements tonight. The first is a very exciting announcement. Movies in the Park. SOPAC, in cooperation with the Village and the Baird, everybody is very excited to be able to this summer present for the first time 3 outdoor summer movies that will be shown at Floods Hill, 8:30 p.m. On Wednesday, August 14th, 21st, and 28th. Based on the public's input, the 3 movies will be selected from a list of 15 films in 3 categories: comedy, action adventure, and drama classic. If you go to SOPAC's website at sopacnow.org, you can see right on the home screen there the link to take the survey. We ask that any residents that are interested in deciding which movies are shown to go in and do so. The ballots must be cast by July 23rd, and any resident who votes for the movie selection will be eligible to win a pair of tickets to any performance at SOPAC for the 2013-14 season. They'll select one winner for that. And I do want to make sure to thank Trustee Column for this idea and meeting with SOPAC.
And Trustee Schnall.
And Trustee Schnall as well. And SOPAC especially for being so incredibly responsive about doing this project. We're all very excited about it. Adult night at the pool was held last night, and there's another one scheduled for August 18th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. All adult South Orange residents are welcome to attend. There's music and dinner on the deck. A proof of residency is required, and if you need any more information about that, you can contact the Baird at 973-378-7754. Next, South Orange Container Day. Next Container Day will be down at the DPW yard at 300 Walton Ave, and that's on Saturday, July 27th from 8 a.m. to 1:45 p.m. And we ask that people try and get there by 1:30 so that you can kind of get in and people can close up. Proof of residency is required and no commercial vehicles are permitted. It should have been in the last issue of the Gaslight, but if you do have any questions about which type of items that you can bring, you can call Public Works at 973-378-7741, extension 221. We're also looking for a few more volunteers for the South Orange Board of Health, Environmental Commission, Historic Preservation Commission, and the Parking Authority. They're all looking for volunteer members to serve. If people are interested in learning a little bit more about any of those opportunities or putting in their application, you can do so at southorange.org. You can visit our website, and on the left-hand side there is a link for volunteering. You can also contact the village clerk here in Village Hall at 973-378-7715, extension 1, or clerk at southorange.org.
Mr. President, before you go on, can you also do an announcement about National Night Out, which is August 6th?
Yes, National Night Out is on August 6th. Did you want more than that?
Yeah, you should announce it.
6:30
Sheena
to-
Hand selected the movie. Her
I did
favorite
not.
movie.
I had a vote, similar to SOPAC.
Oh, I thought you picked it for
Can I
yourself.
take it from there? Okay.
Yeah.
From 6:30 to 10 p.m. on Floods Hill. This is very similar to the event that we've done over the past 3 years. We've gotten close to 800 residents plus. Essentially, it starts off with a public safety fair. We have a live band, bouncy houses, a dunk tank. It's a really good time with all our different public safety groups and departments in the village. And at 8:30, we will be showing an outdoor movie. I put it out to the public and got close to 85 votes, and we are showing Despicable Me. So I hope to see everybody in the public come out for another great night. Again, Tuesday, August 2nd. 6th.
Thank you. We have a couple proclamations next this evening for members of the Parking Authority. Mark, if you want to come up, and I don't know if the members are here tonight to receive the proclamations.
Mr. President, they haven't arrived yet. I'm expecting one outgoing commissioner who's slightly detained. Would you like to hold this off for a few minutes?
Yeah, we can move on to
Thank you.
our next item. Okay, our next item is the promotion of one of our to a fire captain and the administration of the oath of office for that individual. Before we do that, could you just read the resolution by title, please?
Yes, thank you. This is a resolution appointing firefighter Peter Scott to the position of fire captain in the Department of Public Safety, the Fire Force, in the Township of South Orange Village.
And at this time, I'd like to ask Chief Markey if he'd like to come up and say a few words before the board votes on the resolution.
Good evening. I don't think this is on, but people can hear my voice.
No, you got to talk,
Yeah, you got to try and.
talk directly into the mic.
Doesn't work with
Is it on?
mustaches.
It doesn't work with mustaches, someone said? Good evening. It's my pleasure tonight to make a recommendation to the Board of Trustees to promote firefighter Scott to captain in the South Orange Fire Department. His promotion was precipitated by the retirement of Deputy Chief Steve O'Connor, who I'd like to point out, who happens to be in the audience tonight. And it's very nice to see former Deputy Chief O'Connor. And it's a pleasure for me to be here tonight, and I thank the board for your participation in this, and I congratulate Captain Scott.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to ask for a motion.
I move.
Moved by Trustee Davis Ford, seconded by Trustee Levison. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. We'll start with Trustee Clark,
Yes.
Trustee Collum.
Yes.
Trustee Davis Ford.
Yes.
Trustee Levinson. Trustee Rosner.
Yes.
And Trustee Schnall.
Yes.
Thank you. So the resolution passed. Thank you.
Congratulations. Come on up. Come down here. Okay. I, Peter Scott,
I, Peter Scott,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of New Jersey,
of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
and I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the same
to the same
and to the governments
and to the governments
established in the United States
established in the United States
and in this state
and in this state,
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
I do further solemnly swear
I do further solemnly swear
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly
and justly
perform all of the duties
perform all the duties
as fire captain
as fire captain
in the Department of Public Safety Fire Force
in the Department of Public Safety Fire Force
for the Township of South Orange Village,
for the Township of South Orange Village,
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability.
and that I will not use my office
And I will not use my office
to grant preferential treatment,
to grant preferential treatment,
nor seek personal gain,
nor seek personal gain,
favor,
favor,
or advantage
or advantage,
not available to the public.
not available to the public.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Now, I make this joke every time, but everyone who is here just for the swearing in does have to stay the entire meeting. So, at this point, if folks do that were here just for the swearing in, if you'd like to leave, we'll give you a minute or two to do so before we move on to anything else. And again, congratulations, Captain Scott. Oh, not yet? Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to a couple presentations that we have this evening. The first is from the South Orange Village Center Alliance. So if Matt Glass, Robin Fields, and Lisa Hackett are here. Matt and Lisa.
Robin is minding her son over there. Good evening, I'm Matt Glass. I'm the board chair of the South Orange Village Center Alliance. Lisa Hackett is our executive director. We are going to give you a full presentation in September when we present our 2014 budget, which will tell you all about what we've done for the last, well, certainly in 2013, but we just celebrated our 1-year anniversary as an improvement district. We welcome Trustee Schnall as our liaison. But specifically tonight, we're going to talk to you about Downtown After Sundown, which is our evening concert series, which is in its 4th year. And we're going to talk about funding it. You have in your packet a sheet that we prepared that gives you some information of what has gone on since we began on May 17th. Lisa, in addition to the past president of Main Street South Orange, Adina Traub, have booked over 80 performances. We do 2 venues, 2 evenings a week, although some weekends, including this weekend, we will have 3. We've had 42 performances to date. They happen in Spiota Park and on Sloane Street. We've had to reschedule 10 times because the weather has been unpredictable. We've had 29 different musical genres, salsa, jazz, tango, rock, anything you can imagine. And if anybody has been in the Village Center on a Friday or Saturday evening, it brings an enormous amount to the atmosphere that we want to create, which is a place to come down, shop, dine, and spend some time. You so graciously put $5,000 toward this effort, and Investors Bank so graciously added $2,500. So we have $7,500 to use, and you can see in the data we've given you, we've spent $6,400 on artist fees, $996 on our manager fees, we have a manager for each evening, and $190 on promotion, which is banners and signage. Based on that, we can do one more weekend. As we talked to you last time and made a pitch for sponsorship, we have tried to get sponsorship. Investors has stepped up and given us $2,500. We have not been able to get any other funding from any other private sources. According to what Lisa and I have put together, we would like to continue through Labor Day weekend, which would bring us up to a total of more than 80 concerts. And we are requesting $6,700 more, which would actually be less than our original proposed $15,000 to run the concerts. And as we also said originally, $15,000 to do 80 concerts over 3 months is done quite efficiently. So we are here to ask that the village continue to help us fund this, both from an entertainment point of view and also from a public safety point of view, which was how the concerts were started 4 years ago. The South Orange Village Center Alliance is happy to produce this as part of our ongoing event series. We, in our budget, just do not have the resources to continue it, both from the artists and also from the management side of it. We're happy to answer any questions, but again, we have in our current budget enough to do one more weekend this coming weekend, and we have bands that are booked and anxious to play, but we've put them on hold and told them that if we can secure the funding, we will continue.
How has the attendance been as far as people coming down?
I spoke to someone who's from the Cluj, I'm sorry if I pronounced that, and I saw her in my office, and she said they had about 75 people in Spiota Park. Josh Rednick, who's my neighbor but also is the lead singer of the Helitones, said they had about 75 to 100 people in Spiota Park. The nice thing about Sloane Street is Sloane Street has natural traffic, so anybody who's on their way to the train or coming out of the Village Diner or heading over there stop. So I would also ask anybody else who's been in town on those evenings. I think it's the best attendance we've had
I've gone to the concerts almost pretty much every single weekend. I posted pictures on my Facebook page. They're very well attended. And it's not like an audience that just sits there for the 2 hours. It is like stop and go. Trustee Schnall and I were there last weekend, and we went there, the one at Spiota, and then we went down to the one on Sloane Street, and it was just a, very good vibe. I was going to ask Trustee Schnall if you had a recommendation as the Village Center Alliance liaison.
I'll finish with that. Actually, I will add to that. I think you mentioned the word vibe. In addition to the attendance, it also is both a positive way of bringing people down, getting them involved. I think people shuttle back and forth between the two venues. They may stop off and get something to eat along the way. So I think it's the kind of things we want to do for the downtown.
Just watch the microphone.
I'm sorry. I think it's the kind of thing we want to do for the downtown because it brings people down and they participate. It also, I think, is one of the things that's been of concern from a public safety perspective on weekend evenings in the summer is there's been some issues. I think this is also a positive influence in terms of keeping the whole vibe, again, in a positive way and keeping people involved. And as long as there are people walking around, that tends to be a safety issue as well. So with that, and to answer your point, I actually would like to move that and recommend that we do put aside and budget and give $6,700 for the downtown after sundown concerts.
Can we, I know you made a motion, but can we just discuss a little bit more?
Sure.
To the administrator, where would this come from in our budget?
If I can find it. Things are tight. We budget pretty tight. There is largely within the admin OE line, there's some general sort of public event celebration type lines that we could do. We might be able to look, I'd have to look at some of our program funds to see whether some of those if this is in fact a public safety related fund. I don't know how clearly that nexus is made, whether any of those sources might be possible.
Does Finance Committee have any objections?
That's why we have surplus.
And I assume we would, continue, obviously, you won't turn away donations, obviously, if you get them.
No, we've said the entire time that if we're ready to promote people, investors, as part of their sponsorship is on our signage now. They had tables in the park this past weekend. They're coming back this coming weekend. We're ready and willing to give people the exposure they deserve to come if they're going to support this. And we will, up until the last concert, be looking for people to help fund this. Our goal is not to have the village pay for this. Our goal is to make it self-sustaining. We just need help to do that.
So if we do this, just don't tell anybody. That's basically what.
It's just between you and me.
Another question, so the 6,700, if you're going to continue to see if you can get additional support, and if you do, let's say you get 1,700, you would then would not use the whole 67.
Correct, and
Okay.
based on on the way it's worked, and Lisa, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we're not going to get the money from you in time that it won't come out of our bank account first. So ultimately, it will be after the season ends, probably when we end up getting, it's ultimately reimbursed from the village. Okay. So we will adjust what we bill, in a sense, for what we need. Okay. And we'll do it down to the dollar. If we don't need to spend all this money, we won't use all of it.
Okay.
Right, I second the motion.
Okay, so there was a motion by Trustee Schnall for $6,700 to the Village Center Alliance to help fund the rest of the downtown after sundown concerts, and it was seconded by Trustee Rosner.
What was that amount you just stated?
$6,700.
Okay.
And just because there's money involved, could we take a roll call, please?
Yeah, certainly. We'll start with Trustee Collins,
Yes.
Trustee Davis-Ford.
Yes.
Trustee Levinson.
Yes.
Trustee Rosner.
Yes.
Trustee Schnall.
Yes.
And Trustee Clark.
Yes.
Thank you. So that motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. We will see you in September, if not before. Or we'll see you Friday and Saturday nights.
Friday, Saturday.
2 locations,
Yeah.
7 to 10 p.m.
Thank you. Before we get on to our next presentation, we do have one of our honorees here for our proclamation. So, Mr. Harwick, if you'd like to come up first before we present the proclamation.
President Torpey has a proclamation.
Good evening, thank you. We're here tonight to honor outgoing commissioners from the South Orange Parking Authority, Susan S. Forms, which we're going to do, unfortunately, in absentia. She's traveling in San Francisco, unable to be with us tonight, but she served our board for 12 years in a capacity as a chairwoman, a vice chair, and a secretary. And we're also honoring James Cryan, who also served on the South Orange Parking Authority board for the last 21 years and has since left the board. So this evening, I just would like the village to go ahead and do your proclamation, and then I'll follow that up if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
Jim.
Okay. We'll do a proclamation honoring James Cryan for his leadership and service as a commissioner of the South Orange Parking Authority from 1992 to 2012. Whereas Commissioner James Cryan, a 30-year business owner in the Township of South Orange Village, married to his wife Noreen of 18 years and father of Zoe, his faithful Jack Russell Terrier has demonstrated the true meaning of civic duty by volunteering for the last 21 years as a commissioner to the South Orange Parking Authority. And whereas Commissioner Cryan, having alternately served as chairman, vice chairman, and secretary of the South Orange Parking Authority, demonstrated skill and commitment throughout his service as a commissioner. And whereas during his tenure as a Parking Authority Commissioner, James Cryan served to shape and redefine the downtown parking experience and has been a true advocate and supporter of all citizens, businesses, and organizations in the village of South Orange, working generously and enthusiastically on behalf of the interests of those whom he was appointed to serve. And whereas under Commissioner Cryan's leadership and guidance, the South Orange Parking Authority successfully implemented a popular jitney bus service in the village, increased parking through private-public partnership initiatives, introduced electronic pay meters and pay stations, smart park cards, and other infrastructure improvements, trimmed waiting lists, increased enforcement, and helped lay the groundwork for future innovative cost-saving programs. Now, therefore, the Board of Trustees of the Township of South Orange Village, on behalf of the Parking Authority Board of Commissioners, its staff, and all of the citizens of South Orange, do hereby express sincere and heartfelt appreciation to James Cryan for his devoted and dedicated service to the South Orange Parking Authority and the village of South Orange as a whole, and wish him success in all future endeavors.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all very much. This is a great honor, and 21 years is a long time to be on the South Orange Parking Authority, and we really did do a lot. I was on the Kearney connection when Governor Florio wanted to break the connection to New York City. I think one of the biggest things was the time we beat out the Edison Park Fest when they wanted to take over the transit lot. We won that one, and that was a big one because it helped us get our jitney buses and everything. And this was all before Trustee Sheena Collin was even born.
Wait, normally he's the brunt of
It really did. Mark, I want to thank you very much, Mark, really. Thank you very much for doing this tonight, and all the trustees here. I guess I really have to thank Ron Shalell, the late Ron Shalell, Tom Vina, and George Iverson, who appointed me to the board. And they came down and they asked me to be a part of the board, and I thought about it, and I asked my father, what does he think, And he says, if we can't beat him, you might as well join him. And that's what we did. And thank you to everybody here tonight. I'm not going to waste more of your time, but thank you. Thank you so much. And if I don't, just give a big thank you to Neva Sparling, who always yelled at me on the phone and made sure I was here on time and let me know everything that was going on. It would be remiss. So thank you, Neva and Mark and everybody. Thank you again.
And Jim, just one more. On behalf of the South Orange Parking Authority Board and myself and all the employees at the authority, this is just a plaque of appreciation which states presented to Commissioner James Cryan, an appreciation for your years of dedicated service as a commissioner on the South Orange Parking Authority and your contributions to the community of South Orange, alternately serving as chair, vice chair, and secretary. We present you with this award on this date. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have 3 words to say to Jimmy. I miss you.
I miss everybody here too. I really
miss them. No, I'm just
It's a great town, and it really is. Who knows, someday I might be back. You never know. You never know. With my own building. With my own building.
Okay, I'll be looking for you.
This is why my meetings always ran late. While I'm up here, I also would like to present this in absentia to Susan S. Forms, former commissioner, in appreciation for her 12 years of service also, to the authority and to the community on behalf of the board and myself and our employees. And I hope she watches this at some point, and we'll make sure that she gets this plaque and the proclamation also from the village president. Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you guys for that, and thank you, Commissioner Cryan, again for all of your years of service. At this point, I would like to move on to our next presentation this evening, which is from the South Orange Public Library. We have Karen Hilton, the president of the library board, and Melissa Kopecki, the director of our library.
We want to thank you very much for this opportunity to report on the state of the library.
Just make sure you're right into the microphone.
We are going to look at some things traditional and some more emergent over the course of a year. And so we are going to talk about 12 things about our library by looking at the last 12 months. And yes, we know you have a busy agenda. That will be 12 months in less than 12 minutes. And of course, if there's any questions, we're happy to answer them after this or have extended conversations at any time whatsoever. So I want to introduce a little more specifically. See, we even brought our own timekeeper to try to keep our promise. So I want to introduce Karen Hartshorn Hilton, who has been a resident of South Orange since 1997, a member of the library board since 2005, and the library board president since 2011, and has been awesome for the library and delightful to work with. She's going to start the presentation.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for letting us come, and we'll try to be brief. But I didn't bring my glasses, so we'll see how we do. So I'm Karen Hartshorn Hilton, and I live at 335 Hartford Road, and my husband Jim and I are raising our 4 daughters here. And it was really with my daughters that I started to love of the library, and it just has continued. Programming at the library is really an expected component, but we'll also visit some unexpected and non-traditional parts of the library as well. But it's one that we do very well. The summer program begins in June and runs through August, but really the entire year is filled with programming and many weekly and special programs for all ages. Last year, 727 teens and children collectively read 10,629 books of various sorts, and we're on track to surpass this number this summer. The Bollywood program last August was a special multicultural program that was enjoyed by kids of all ages and their families. It was just a wonderful program. It's just an example of what some of the programs that we do. We also do author visits, and we do music programs, and we do a wonderful senior series. It's in our 27th year, and it's been extended through the summer programs for the last couple of years. It's run by Phyllis Kalb, which many of you I'm sure know. She brings together seniors every week to discuss timely books and issues. And oftentimes there's a standing alone crowd. The day-to-day work in the library, how we say it about this is the most predictable is the unpredictability of life in the library. Like any other services provided in the village, but our staff has to be ready to answer and handle any question of any kind by any kind of person, old, young, and those wretched teenagers. Our staff are trained to do it all, back office, out front, and you just never know what the day will bring. We have a range of people working in our building. One staffer started 27 years ago as a part-time page, and our newest page just started this spring. The range of people and the range of uses, it can be a day of individuals, a day of crowds, a day of hands, and a day of feet. And through it all, our staff's skills and commitment serving the public. The flexibility. The strength of municipal public libraries is the flexibility and the ability to offer spaces and services that are desired in our community. Our collections are the most traditional sort of library services but really can be seen as a living organism, always changing. Not only do the staff maintain the traditional collections, but we are also evaluating, expanding, and extending the services where needed. Our programs range from the online, downloadable audio and ebooks, research and periodical databases, to the more solidly electronic, such as ebook readers and preloaded audiobooks on MP3 players, to museum passes, and also for the kids, children's tablets and portable video viewers. But we put together unpredictability and flexibility, and you get Sandy. Along with the other organizations that stepped up, the library was able to provide a place during Sandy to charge up, as well as access computers and the internet, which, by the way, has become a core library service. But we were able to rearrange our space to accommodate the unusually large number of people in the building simultaneously while maintaining business as usual. Some came for heat, some came for a book to read and tracking down news from the shore, but many came just to make connections, to socialize, to share stories, and to let their children meet their friends and do the same themselves. The library board are 9 dedicated volunteers who meet monthly. We often meet in between meetings as well for our committee work. We have 3 committees: the Personnel, Connect, and Finance. And what the board does is really provide policy, oversight, and especially looking to the past, and looking to the present, and looking to the future. There's a tremendous amount of time was spent by board members. We conducted a survey researching what the community needs and wants, and we're forming a foundation to build for the future. In our planning, as many of you know, the library was granted a grant by the New Jersey Historic Trust, as well as help from you all from the village. And we conducted a thorough needs assessment of our physical space and of our programs. And we're evaluating now what our next steps should be in the course. The board is discussing our strategic vision of our library services. We have a strong assessment of the buildings and a prioritized maintenance schedule now. We look forward to having more discussions with you on the future of the library services in our village. And now Melissa will speak.
See, we play nicely together. I do want to give a tribute to our volunteers, the first of whom, of course, is the library board, who put in amazing amounts of time. And how did you make this plan?
Boleros.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm doing. Oh, you just got to be like,
no.
Okay.
The
superhero arm.
You point at the machine.
Down there, okay. So the library board, of course, is a dedicated bunch who spends lots of hours serving on the regular board and the committees. We have teen volunteers, and that's a program of which we're inordinately proud. It has grown over the years, and not only do the teens actually help with programming, but they get enrichment themselves, so they have their own speakers and get to know each other and get to learn about making commitments and keeping responsibilities. So thanks to Keisha Miller in particular, that program is still growing. I think she has 43 volunteers this summer. Our speakers and for the lecture series and other speakers and many of the musicians who perform at the library are all volunteers. We provide a space for literacy and tax volunteers, both of which are services which are very well appreciated. And our initiative as far as volunteers is to not only do special volunteer events and encourage volunteers at the library. This was an amazing day where we painted the downstairs hallway people of all ages work together. I think we had 40 volunteers over the course of a day, and I have never been so tired in my life. But it was so wonderful. We got so much work done. It was amazing. But we are looking for the future to create and coordinate opportunities to volunteer across the village. Local history is a huge component. It's our most unique collection, a collection of materials that's specific to South Orange Village and of special interest to community members and organizations. So being a town of historic buildings, we're also a place where history is being created every day. And our initiative in local history is to build we've spent a lot of time already building an online resource, not only for community access to local history, but also a place where people can record local history themselves. So just for an example, I was looking in a different context about our first year. We planted the children's garden at the back of the library, and that was this summer. So just the things you don't even think about, how things change over the course of, that's probably about 7 years. So another thing, our seventh thing, is a little bit more about online literacy and learning. One of the things that we do increasingly, and it's expected of libraries across the country, is working with people to navigate e-government. So whether that's tax forms or looking up laws or finding information on a local website, that is one of the things we're able to do. There's always this balance between online, which is wonderful if we can help with online things because we could do it around the clock, but also a lot of this requires in-library. The navigating e-government goes both ways. In library, we're able to help with computer literacy by offering classes. We have scan-to-speech software. We have so many different things. We do job help and resumes, both in classes and in one-on-one. Emerging technologies, this is one of my favorite subjects. So we really try to stay on top of needs and interests and giving people a place to not only be creative but to experiment with new technologies. So whether it's creating a local area network so that kids can play Minecraft, which is actually a totally excellent game, together, it's all about building.
I have children, I know.
Yeah. Well, when I had a 7-year-old say to me, you know, I just figured out my elevator is not only works better, but it's more energy efficient if I change the pistons. I'm like, oh my God, this is the game people want kids to be playing. But of course you could blow things up too, which is after you built them. But that's been a very popular thing. We have a creativity station in the children's room, thanks in part to the Kiwanis, who underwrote the equipment, and it's just wonderful to walk in and find crayons laying next to a touchscreen computer painting. Columbia High School has classes on CAD files now. And for those people who want to experiment with 3D printing, we actually can, have people make that octopus. We've been doing over the summer tech talks, which do highlight some of the things we have and give little introductions to people. So whether it's software like Adobe Photoshop, a little more general like digital photography, using Mango Languages, which is an introduction to language lessons online. So again, that's something if people know about it, they can use it any time of the day or night they want to. Also demonstrations on 3D printing and some other things. They're doing that in the children's room too, except instead of tech talks, it's called Tech Soup, and they get out hands-on gadgets, and the kids and parents can see what's available. So all of these new ways to deliver services also means we need to look for new ways to measure success. I'm going into high speed here. We do a state report with the village administrator every April. The reward for doing it has dropped a little bit. The state aid has gone down over the years. We also participate statewide in snapshot days, which allows us to get really specific statistics that we don't usually have time to count, but also to coordinate those statewide to get a sense. If something special is going on, we obviously try, like during Sandy, we ran around and counted, you know, maybe 60, 70 people, and that was just downstairs. Upstairs, there were another 90, 100. I just ask the staff, whenever you have 2 seconds, to run around the floor. We try to develop narratives. I have to tell you that the most common question a librarian gets these days is, why do we need libraries? We have Google. And show me a librarian who wouldn't say yay for Google. We are all about information access. And because people can access a certain amount of basic information by themselves, that gives us more time to go into all the other things that we've just been talking about we've been doing. So this sense even of the different kinds of literacies, even literacy with search. And of course, there's the old book literacy, which I just wanted to say. The second most common question we get is, oh, how lucky you are. You get to read all the time at work. And I'll go on record as saying we rarely read at work, but we do read a lot on our own, and it comes back to work in one of the new ways we collect, you know, a measure of what we do, and that's reader's advisory. So with all these stats, we can do comparative statistics. We can look at our budget across the services we offer and make sure our priorities are being served. I also want to recognize our partners from Maplewood Library that we've done joint subscriptions with to save money, to make it really easy for kids in both towns to use both libraries fully, and I don't want to leave out what we do with Maplewood. Oh, the joint library board meetings every year to two. The two library boards have a meeting together. So thank local businesses and the banks for particularly supporting summer reading with prizes and underwriting programs. The local bookstores, Words and Spark House, have both been very supportive in author visits. We've had some great programs. We've partnered with many community organizations for so many things, from the Community Relations Committee on Newcomers Day and Villagers of the Month, with the Community Coalition, with Seton Hall, where we've had some different partnerships over the years. One of them is with early education students who come and do a story time at the library. So that works really nicely on both levels. We partner with other libraries with reciprocal borrowing, sometime with grants. We were able to get a grant to support literacy, and the foreign language learning goes both ways, English to foreign language and a foreign language to English. And some of our partners we can do outreach with the school visits, and a special thanks to our partners, the Friends of the Library, who do a big book sale every year. They have an in-store library, used bookstore called The Book Cage. And with that, they support new materials. They support the Monday night summer programs, which run every Monday night during the summer. They support a closing day for the summer programs, special programs at other times of year. They've supported local history digitization initiatives. So to all our partners and the friends, we really want to say, and the volunteers, we want to say thank you so much. And I'm going to let Karen wrap up. We're a couple minutes over, but she'll talk really fast.
Our goal in coming here tonight was so that you all would have a much more in-depth understanding of what the library does, what we provide, how we can serve you. We want to work together with all of our community members. Oh, sorry. Thanks. And I especially want to put out an invitation to all of you. We have a treasure across the street of the Connect building, and now we have a very detailed report about all of its nooks and crannies. So I invite you to contact Melissa or myself, and we can...
It's the machine that you point to.
We can figure out a time to show you, especially the new people. We really would love to share it. But especially, I also want to thank Melissa. She did put a tremendous amount of work into this presentation, and I hope that you love all our pictures. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for coming and presenting. I think this was really quite fascinating. So two quick comments. One is, can we get a copy of this to put on our website? Make sure people can find it. And two is also, I just want to thank you, and then I'm sure maybe if there's any trustees who want to say anything, that I think what both of you do so well, and both of you representing not just yourselves, but the entire library board, which I remember my days on quite fondly.
We remember quite fondly you being on our board.
Yes, but I think what's different about what's happening here at the South Orange Public Library is that when people talk about libraries, I think they have a very kind of antiquated notion of what a library is. That basically you go in, you put your card down, you get a book out, and that's it. That's what a library does. And I think what you guys are doing at the South Orange Public Library is kind of reinventing and redefining what a library is in 2013 and beyond. And I just think that it's great that we're doing that here in South Orange, especially the technology piece, and being able to provide that kind of community space around information and around access to information. And so I just want to thank you for being creative and innovative in this field. I know, Melissa, you spend a lot of time traveling to other kind of library conferences and things like that. But I just wanted to make sure to recognize and thank you guys for being innovative in the field that you're in.
Thank you.
Are there any questions or anything?
Is there, you might know this, if people want to volunteer with the library, where would they go?
Karen?
If anybody wants to volunteer with the library, you have a couple of opportunities. The Friends of the Library, as well as the board, periodically needs new members. In addition to, you can volunteer actually in the library, either upstairs or downstairs. The best place to go probably is to our website and to see the telephone number, and you could telephone Melissa or anyone at the front who answers the phone can put you in the right direction.
And Keisha Miller, actually, who is running the part of her title, she's the teen librarian and volunteer coordinator. So she and I have really been working on expanding it beyond the teens. So either of those names works. And if you have questions or further things you want to know, you know where to find us.
And the website is sopl.org,
yes.
Right? Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're going to be getting a call from Sheena very soon. Okay, so next is, we have public comments though. Unless there's any objection from the board, what I would love to do tonight, as we sometimes do when we have guests for a presentation or anything like that, I'd love to move the Rescue Squad resolution up to the beginning part of the agenda now. I suspect that people would want to vote on it separately anyway, rather than in the consent agenda.
We're going to do public comments first?
Yeah, and we'll do public comments first before we do anything. So we'll still do the public comments first, but just do the resolution after that point. Is that?
I'm fine with that.
And so the question was, can we move CCR up as well? I think we can do that too after this. We have kind of a couple different groups that I also want for this discussion to be able to present. And before we do get to public comments, which we can do before we do the presentations and vote on anything, I do just want to personally thank the trustees for their patience in working with the administration and especially myself. I think in our last board meeting when we discussed this, I misinterpreted people's intentions with wanting to look at this basically as wanting to go back to square one and starting over again. And really it was especially the new trustees interested in being diligent about making sure that the options that you guys have you fully understand. Because even though some of us have been part of conversations that have been going back 6 months or a year, that obviously wasn't open to everybody. So I wanted to thank you guys for your kind of patience and interest in wanting to do that due diligence. And on that note, after our last meeting, the administration, Mr. Lewis, myself, our redevelopment council went and met with members of the Planning and Zoning Committee and the Development Committee as well. And even though the discussion there got pretty heated and tempers from several kind of places flared at times, and as village president, I also sort of take my own responsibility for part of that, and kind of hope that we can have more of these kind of conversations and more of these dialogues, without the, setting the emotional component to the side. I think we actually did end up having a pretty robust discussion because the next day, Mr. Lewis and I spoke with our redevelopment attorney, and from some of the conversations and ideas that were brought up the night before, we revisited some of the options, and which basically takes us to where we are now, which is that the trustees have what I think is a much better understanding of the options that they have when choosing what will finally be the location of the rescue squad. And so even though the process was, again, a bit rocky, I think we ended up in a place where everybody feels a little bit better about the information that they have, and being fully informed about being able to make the right decision tonight. So I do want at some point Mr. Lewis to speak, and also from the rescue squad, but perhaps before we do that, I'd like to open it up to public comments. So if there's anybody here from the public who wishes to speak, and again, of course, we always have 2 public comment periods, one before we do anything and then one afterwards as well. But if there's any members of the public who wish to speak tonight, please come forward at this time and just state your name and address, and you have 4 minutes for your comments. And yeah, maybe we can grab the list from the back.
Thank you, President Torpy and members of the board, trustees. My name is Fred Perfetta of Maplewood, New Jersey. I'm here tonight as chair of the South Orange Maplewood Community Coalition on Race, and really, essentially, want to tell you that I'm here tonight as a resource.
You got to talk directly in the mic. That mic is
I
not
am.
good. Go in the front of it.
All right. How's this?
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
We're here tonight to answer questions you might have as part of your discussion. I don't want to take up your time. You utilize us as you see fit. I'm here with Executive Director Nancy Gagne of the Coalition. I'm also joined by Vice Chair Alan Noel, and member of the Executive Committee, Anthony Green, a member, trustee and a member of the Executive Committee, and also Carol Barry Austin. Just one quick point on my mic. In addition to thanking Trustee Davis Ford and Clark for having a dialogue with Ms. Gagne and myself about the budget and the issues, I think I told you earlier on that we were having a forum, and we did on May 15, with the public to get their suggestions as to what we should be doing and what programs they envisioned and what directions they envisioned. We did that. I know Trustee Collin was there. I saw her. And as a result of that, we developed 5 task forces on new directions. And we are meeting and discussing these issues over the summer. We will have a report back to our Board of Trustees in September on that. We will then come to you with those ideas. We will not move forward on these ideas. We will certainly discuss them, but we will not move forward without discussing them with you first. I just wanted you to know quickly that the topics that we are considering with these task forces are improving communications with the public, youth engagement, bringing people in the community together, exploring a focus beyond black-white issues, and providing a resource for conflict resolution. There are subtopics under each of those. I could elaborate, but you be the judge as to what kind of questions you'd like to ask us and what, if any, further elaboration you'd like. So we're here for you. Thanks.
Thank you. Anthony Green?
My name is Anthony Green. I've resided for the last 13 years at 44 Kingman Road in South Orange, New Jersey.
Right in the mic.
Is that gotta get right there, huh? Okay. Yes, my name is Anthony Green. I've resided for the last 13 years at 44 Kingman Road in South Orange, New Jersey. I come here tonight to make a couple of comments for the trustees to consider as you ponder the investment you make in the work that the Community Coalition on Race does for South Orange. Always there's an important point that I always think about is there's a term, consider the source. So I'm going to tell you a couple of things about me before I make the comments about what I think the value is that I think you should ponder. I said to you that I've been residing in South Orange for 13 years. Prior to that, I resided in Maplewood for 13 years. I had the honor of serving this community as a member of the school board and as the immediate past chair of the Community Coalition on Race. I also had the great privilege of having 2 children go from kindergarten through 12th grade in the Maplewood South Orange school system. And as of last June 16th, my youngest graduated from college and my oldest has moved back to South Orange to start his own family. He just got engaged to be married. I think that the value of the coalition, which I have had the opportunity to live and experience, is that the coalition provides the opportunity to build relationships and share a number of things between blacks, whites, and other ethnic groups that live in our community. And there's probably no time where that's more important in this nation, in this country, maybe than today, given the events that have taken place over the last couple of months. The things that those opportunities to share that the coalition provides, and it's a cumulative effect. I know there are some of you who seem to want to look at it as, well, how much do you spend to do this or to do that? But building relationships and understanding comes from a cumulative effect of bringing people together in all kinds of ways. And the ways we've done that is dialogues about race to build better understanding. Interactions with art and music at every age level throughout the community. Interfaith services and events. You know, there's an old expression that says, the perfect is the enemy of the good. I don't know of an organization, including this august body, that has not made mistakes. And I don't suspect at any point in time, in my time here, that there's never been a goal of anything other than doing the best for the community. And I don't think that the coalition is any different than that. The work we do is unique, and have done is unique. Back in I guess it would have been 2008, I think the percentage of funding that came from the coalition's budget was close to 60% from government. And now it's closer to 42%. At some point, it should be 0.
30 seconds.
At some point, it should be 0. Our goal is to build better understanding and relationships in the community. The work we've done will continue to be important, and it'll never be more important than it is today. This organization was started by this august body and the Maplewood body, not by the public. I hope that you can remember that when you do your deliberations. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, I see you have your name here. I'm going to ask you to come up in a little bit. Steve Kitzinger?
Good evening. My name is Steve Kitzinger. I'm at 110 Mayhew Drive in South Orange. I'm here to speak about the rescue squad location and size of the structure that you're considering building. It's my understanding that Jonathan Rose is giving the village $1.1 million. Some or all of it may be used to relocate the rescue squad. I also understand that you're looking at 2 different locations, one on 2nd Street and one on Sloane Street. It strikes me as odd to use the 2nd Street location, as that would appear to compromise future development in a much larger block that could be used for a larger development. Mr. President, are you waiting? Are you staring off into space? I didn't know if you were...
I'm looking right at you. Please continue.
Now you are. Thank you. Whereas the Sloane Street is a small, discrete block which would appear to be more suitable because you could tap into, among other things, an emergency, the fire department's generator possibly. It would just seem to be less disruptive to future development. I also understand there's talk about putting a 40-bed emergency shelter in that facility. And that seems to be new to everybody in the last month or so. I was wondering if there was ever an analysis of any need for an additional 40-bed shelter in this village, especially where it's my understanding New Jersey counties are generally responsible for the shelters, the overnight shelters. I know we also have the Baird, which is used as a shelter. There are probably other buildings that are used all year round, which could be repurposed as a shelter in an emergent situation. Wonder what would be done with that 40-bed shelter on the probably 364 days a year it's not needed as a shelter. What about security at the shelter? What about when it's part of the rescue squad? What about the fact that you would probably incur additional design and construction costs because it would then become a place of public accommodation and would have to be, among other things, ADA accessible, and I'm sure there are other additional requirements. Lastly, with regard to the size of the rescue squad building itself, I understand there's discussion about having 3 bays because they have 3 ambulances. And my question is, having been a member of a volunteer ambulance corps in the past, how many times are 3 ambulances in use at once? How many times are 2 ambulances used at the same time? Is there any analysis of the actual need for this? I assume there are mutual aid agreements with a number of other communities to serve as backup and to cover when there is a larger need. Is the rescue squad able to staff 3 ambulances at a single time? These questions, I haven't seen any documents. I looked on the website, the village website, which I couldn't find anything on there about this, about any analysis of need. And it seems that this is being entered into without any sort of due diligence, or it appears to be at least. And it would be nice to have that to get buy-in from the community, if it's appropriate in the first place, or to re-examine it in the alternative.
30 seconds.
So I would like to see some of this additional information be part of the discussion, the public discussion, before the money is spent. We have a lot of buildings in need of serious repair, including this one, Connet, Baird. We don't have extra millions laying around, unfortunately. I hope you'll take my comments to heart and have some serious discussions to whether or not this all needs to be done in this size and scope, and whether or not you're going to suffer from mission creep by adding the shelter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa Aronson.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Aronson. Good evening, Mayor Alice P. Torpy, trustees. At the last planning and zoning meeting that was on July 17th, I was appalled that the mayor of our town cursed a resident. I'm asking the Board of Trustees to censor him.
Make sure you're speaking to the microphone, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other residents?
Hi, my name is Scott Greenstone. I live at 253 Irving Avenue here in South Orange. I'd like to piggyback off of what Steve Kitzinger said. I'm here to talk about the rescue squad. I have the utmost respect for the rescue squad as being a former paid EMS, former volunteer EMS. I know what's involved. My questions are along the lines of the 40-bed shelter. Where's the analysis that says we need it? Number one. Number two, it's also my understanding that Jonathan Rose was approved to be the development oversight for the rescue squad if it was at 3rd and Valley. It's not going to be at 3rd and Valley. Where's the RFP? Where's the due diligence for another oversight development manager? Why is he just being grandfathered in to another location when the locations change, the scope of the building has changed? The whole project is different. It needs to be fully vetted out again with proper procedure and not just something somebody wants for their namesake or whatever reason. So those questions need to be asked. And I honestly don't think tonight is an appropriate time to make the vote. You guys can deliberate all you want, but I think a vote is premature tonight. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak at this time?
Good evening. My name is Lee Pollock from 4 Kingsland Court. Earlier, I guess it was last week, I made a presentation to the Planning and Zoning Board regarding the rescue squad relocation. I presented several drawings that show. Let me back up real quick. I just want to point out that I'm a member of the Development Committee. I've been doing urban planning and landscape architecture for the past 20 years, and I've been a resident of South Orange for the past 5. I think over the past 5 years, I've sort of learned to understand what South Orange is about, how it lives, and what its future could be. I've read the vision plan fairly extensively and understand what that plan is trying to accomplish. I think the plan itself is a good plan, a worthwhile plan, but a timid plan at the same time. And what I mean by that is that South Orange Village is a bigger village. It has the potential to be a bigger urban place as opposed to, say, Maplewood Village, which is a more intimate, quaint, small-scale village. With that said, as a member of the Development Committee, but not representing the Development Committee, so nobody misconstrues that, I did some analysis on the future development of the core blocks of the village, which the vision plan doesn't necessarily do. It makes some recommendations, but it doesn't talk about what it could be and the real value behind the property that the town owns right in the heart of the village. I think a lot of villages would be thrilled to own contiguous land in their core. South Orange has that benefit, and they should use it wisely. With that said, when I found out that the rescue squad was going to be located on 2nd Street, I did some analysis on what that would do to the potential future development, and it will inhibit the ability to put an RFP out for a developer to come in and develop the parking lot parcel between 1st and 2nd Street. It would also inhibit the ability to develop the frontage on Sloan Street next to Stoney's, because I think when you do put an RFP out, those two parcels need to be lumped together as one big parcel. So I did some diagrams. Some of you may have seen them. I think they may have been passed around. But the rescue squad would be right smack dab in the potential future development for South Orange Village. So going back to the vision plan rightfully called for the rescue squad to be located next to the firehouse. I took a look at some of the preliminary requirements by the rescue squad, taking their facility and giving it a significant increase in square footage, which I think is a fair request by the rescue squad. Knowing that it would be a 2-story building on a finite parcel. And I do believe that, and I know for a fact that the building as requested, based on some of the input that I've seen, will fit on the rescue squad, on the Sloan Street site. So if any of the trustees have any questions about the analysis that I've done, or any of the thinking that I've done about South Orange Village, both on this site, among others, I'd be happy to answer them. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to speak at this time? Seeing as there are no more members of the public who wish to speak, I'd like to close public comments. Before I ask Mr. Lewis, the village administrator, to walk us through a little bit of history and overview and kind of where we are, I do want to make sure to respond to some of the comments about the sheltering space and the rescue squad, because our discussion tonight doesn't really include discussing shelter space. The discussion tonight is really just focused around the location. And the resolution is basically the process that we have laid out. And Mr. Lewis, feel free to get into this a little bit more when you speak. But that the process really entails the two options being presented to the board tonight to choose a location, that each of those options would then generate two quotes from the redeveloper. One quote being the core functions of the rescue squad building, which have been identified and discussed before and kind of agreed upon, and the other being a larger facility that includes an emergency shelter / community meeting room space. So we don't have to, the board doesn't have to make a decision about that tonight. And so the process that we kind of see is that tonight the resolutions again are for picking a location. When those quotes come back for the two separate spaces, in the meantime, what I will have done also as our emergency management coordinator was put together a detailed memo, which I'm happy to circulate, which I will circulate to all the trustees and happy to also circulate to any member of the public who's interested. Basically looking at the risks that we have from an emergency management standpoint, the options that we have, looking at the different municipal buildings that exist, schools, the county, private organizations, et cetera, and looking at kind of the pros and cons and cost benefit of each of those options, so that when the board reconvenes to discuss the two different kind of pricing tiers that they'll be presented with, that they'll have all of the information to be able to make a choice about whether whatever the marginal expense, extra expense of a shelter space is, whether that's worth it, whether it's something the board wants to pursue, or whether they're interested in pursuing no solutions or solutions elsewhere. So that discussion will be really had at a later date. And so without talking anymore, I'd like to pass it off to Mr. Lewis, and then when he's done, we have Mr. Cohen from the Rescue Squad who I'll ask to speak and give kind of a history and context from their perspective as well.
Thank you. Yeah, for the benefit of the public here and those viewing, just a very quick history. When the village went out for the RFP on the Third and Valley project, obviously the current rescue squad's located on that parcel, so something had to be done with the rescue squad. When you read the RFP, the request for proposals, it spelled out certain criteria, 3,000 square foot building, 3 bays and 6 parking spaces as sort of the goal of the program they'd like to replicate for the squad. As I read it, it wasn't clear in requiring that it be in the development or whether it could be on another site. It certainly would appear that the responding developers perceived it as being within the building. So the original proposal came back and incorporated, bays for the ambulances, parking spaces, and living quarters, et cetera, for the squad within the development. When we evaluated that proposal in connection with the various professionals for a whole host of reasons, I think there was a sense that that was probably not the best place to put it, both on Sloan Street with the bays right conflicting with the 550 space parking garage traffic, the buses, a variety of reasons. So last year, then a determination was made to ask Jonathan Rose revisit the proposal, and if we were going to move the rescue squad off-site, how would that change the dynamics, the finances, how much money would be available for that purpose. Ultimately, working with our redevelopment council, McManaman, Scotland, and Bauman, that sum was negotiated up to a $1.1 million contribution. Knowing that and knowing sort of the program design, we then set about looking for locations, and we did a fairly exhaustive and pretty diligent search of both privately owned properties, which had a drawback because you'd have to buy the property. In many cases, you'd have to demolish the building, and then only then would you get to start spending. And so some of those became cost prohibitive. There were locations we looked at that were perhaps at either end of the town, which due to emergency response time needs didn't really make sense unless you happen to be on that side of town. Ultimately, we started honing in on village-owned properties, which obviously would eliminate the land cost. In most cases, they were vacant properties, so that would eliminate any demolition costs and allow us to, we're very comfortable within the budget, construct a facility. Eventually, we had viewed a number of sites, and I'll try and focus. There was a Walton Avenue site that was we thought might work, but it had some concerns about grades and elevations that would have some cost component. We eventually narrowed it down, and one of the sites that a couple of the residents spoke to is on Sloan Street, immediately adjacent to the firehouse. Initially, when that site was evaluated, there was actually a couple of components to this. The rescue squad early on was felt fairly strongly about having pull-through access, meaning you can enter one side of the building and leave out the other, which is what they currently have. That presented some difficulties on the Sloan Street property unless we were able to obtain strips of land from the adjacent property owners. In addition, there was issues about size and how many on-site parking spaces, and that's a smaller parcel and would still be difficult to provide any on-site parking spaces. And then finally, ultimately, when we were looking at the Sloan Street site versus the Second Street site, we initially, from a planning perspective, I think, looked at the vision plan, and the vision plan for that block didn't really provide for much of anything. The spot on Second Street was shown to be parking, and the spot on Sloan Street was shown to be either potential retail or potential rescue squad site, although in the vision plan, the area that they drew did envision picking up land from those adjacent houses. We were unsuccessful in discussing with them. Most recently, so we had kind of proceeded with Second Street as the site, and then probably a couple weeks ago, we received initially an email and then a memo from the Development Committee, which I credit them with, I guess, making us sort of take a step back and look at the sort of the bigger picture and what the impact, not just of which would be the best site for the rescue squad building, but what kind of ripple effect and impact would developing on any particular site have on other components, i.e. redevelopment of that block or that area. When we initially met with Mr. Pollack, the village president and I, we thought he brought some good ideas to heart. We started looking at some things, and then most recently they provided the memo to the board, and then we met last week with the Planning and Zoning Committee, and it was a spirited discussion. And I think out of it, though, came what I think was some real good progress. And what we did take a step back. We went back and looked at the Sloan Street site. We realized that, for example, that even in the Second Street site, the squad had already now made the concession on the pull-through, because you couldn't do that on Second Street either, unless you really got into the grades from the parking, which is way above it, and that would have been expensive. So a lot of those things potentially put Sloan Street back in play. And actually, even at the end of the meeting with Mr. Pollack, and we were looking at the dimensions, and as the village president indicated the next morning, as a follow-up to that discussion, we spoke with Redevelopment Council, spoke with Jonathan Rose, spoke with the rescue squad, re-looked at some of the dimensions, and ultimately what I think we concluded is that we could fit the minimum needs of the squad in terms of, there's a base sort of minimum you need footprint for the vehicles. What you put above that is where you get into whether you have a shelter, a meeting room, not a meeting room, or whatever. But you need a certain footprint for the vehicles to sit. You know, I guess some could be outside or inside, but ultimately they take up a certain amount of real estate. So, but we did determine that, and as has been indicated in the memo provided last week to the board, that either site can work. So ultimately, the standing alone, the Second Street site, you have on-site parking spaces, a little bit more room, but you do have the concerns for development potential that were, I think, validly raised by the Development Committee. So the Sloan Street site's a little tighter. Obviously, we'll have to accommodate more off-site parking, but we were over there, village president and I were over there, looked at the existing, on Sloan Street, around the corner where the existing parking lot is behind, how you can access that through the fire department parking lot, and we're confident that it's workable. So either scenario, and the way the resolution was prepared, gives you the option to pick either or as the location. As the village president mentioned, for tonight's purposes, because also as part of that discussion, a lot of discussion came up about the shelter space. And again, to be clear, it's not dedicated shelter space. And when we looked at, initially there was going to be sort of a meeting room open space for the squad, and when we went up to a second story, and then that gave you the whole footprint below to potentially build the second story, you said, well, if we went a little bit more square footage, now all of a sudden this meeting organizational room becomes, it's not as big as this room, but it's approximately 16, 17, 1,800 square feet. And so when we talk about 40 beds, it's 40 cots, like crammed in 1 foot away from each other. It's not a dedicated shelter space. But the point being, that discussion is not part of the vote tonight. The way the resolution is and the agreement's prepared is, we're basically identifying the site. We're incorporating sort of the core need for bedrooms and bathrooms and bays, and then charging the the developer, Jonathan Rose, working with their professional to come up with conceptual or sort of preliminary designs for both scenarios, with or without the enlarged meeting room, if you will, that could also serve as emergency shelter. And one of the benefits, and particularly of either of these locations, and the Sloan Street, as you know, is probably 80 feet from the firehouse generator, and we're exploring the possibility. It looks like there's a real possibility that could potentially tap into that generator, which would save money, and then also give this building emergency backup power, which our current shelters don't have. But so they would develop two different plans, and equally important, they develop two different cost estimates, so that we know, when we talk about a quote shelter or this enlarged meeting room, are we talking, how much money are we talking about? And I think only then, in addition to that, during that period, and the benefit of that is during this, 4 to 6 weeks or 8 weeks, whatever it would take him to do that, working in parallel with that, the village president is OEM coordinator, and certainly with input from many of the other, public safety, county OEM, emergency, anyone who wants to weigh in, gives us the opportunity to do that diligence, do that fact gathering, come up with a mindset of what is the need, what is the value, and then compare that to the cost. And then make a reasoned decision, is that an appropriate use of resources to build that additional square footage that could serve as a meeting room as well as a potential shelter, or not. So we think that we've come up with a solution. I think that certainly respects the input of the development committee that we value. Ultimately, it's up to you six to make the decision of where you see that block potentially going. If the decision is to go on Sloan Street, we can make that work. Either way, ultimately, the decision on how big a building is sort of reserved as far as the meeting room in that agreement, again, until we get sufficient information with preliminary designs, cost estimates, and at the same time, from that sort of public safety and get all the information we need to evaluate the need and the value of the shelter. So that's sort of what's on the table. I'll recognize her only because she may not even get recognized otherwise. Erin Law from McManaman, Scotland and Bauman, our redevelopment attorney, is here. Joe is on a well-deserved vacation, but Erin is here prepared if anyone had any legal or technical questions about the agreement. Erin's been very involved in drafting and preparing it and can speak to that, but other than that, that's sort of the background that I had.
Thanks. And before I bring up the rescue squad for kind of a similar context in history, I did just want to make sure we don't miss one of the questions that was brought up during public comments about why Jonathan Rose is the redeveloper. Mr. Lewis, do you want to answer kind of how that process works and why they're the ones that are managing this project?
Yeah, well, it was part of the RFP, as I indicated, was to the redeveloper, it was their responsibility to house the rescue squad somewhere. They came back initially with a proposal to do it in the building, but we had the latitude and leeway within that RFP process, and ultimately did in the redevelopment agreement that we signed with them make the decision that it would be off-site. So that decision was done as part of the initial RFP, accepting their offer, evaluating their proposal compared to the RFP, which did have the flexibility to have it on-site or off-site. The decision was made that off-site was better, so it was part of that original proposal, and that was in their redevelopment agreement that was ultimately negotiated and has been approved already.
And just from also a little bit of an insider kind of baseball perspective, because their success, their larger project, really the reason why they're here, the Third Valley project, is to some degree weighted on the rescue squad relocation happening timely and successful. They also have kind of an incentive to get that project done, and a lot of these municipal construction projects can end up going over budget and over schedule, but they have a little bit of an extra added incentive here to get that done in kind of a timely fashion. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Cohen, if you'd like to come up, I know you have a couple comments, a little bit of a history from the rescue squad. If you could just sort of introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Dan Cohen. I'm the second lieutenant with the South Orange Rescue Squad. I want to thank all the members of the Board of Trustees for letting me address the board with our thoughts on the relocation of our building. Our president, Melanie Troncone, is here. Will Harris, our captain, had a work commitment that he couldn't get out of, but I said that I would address you on behalf of the entire rescue squad. I'm a South Orange resident. I've lived in South Orange and Maplewood together for my whole life, and I've been a member of the rescue squad for the past 22 years. As you know, the South Orange Rescue Squad is your all-volunteer EMS agency that responds to medical emergencies in South Orange and the surrounding area, and we've done that for 60 years. saving countless lives and also at the same time saving residents hundreds of thousands of dollars each year. By a conservative estimate, by not charging for our services, which we don't do, we save the residents of South Orange between $660,000 and $900,000 per year. None of our members are paid. Our annual operating budget is approximately $80,000 per year. It's funded by donations from the community. We've always been extremely grateful to both the Board of Trustees and the government of South Orange and all of our residents and community as a whole for the support that we receive. We have been in contact with the board throughout this process and actually have expressed to the township the need to expand our building for many years prior to this situation. We approached the town in 2007 about the possible expansion of the building on the current site on 3rd Street, but we were advised not to move forward because of the potential of redevelopment in the future, which is now finally coming to pass. In 2011, when the town first approached us about the redevelopment at 3rd and Valley, our president at the time, Don Boyle, went through and assessed the needs that we would have for a new building and provided the town with our input at what the new facility would require. So I want to talk a little bit about our current building and why our needs are different from what we have now. When our current building was constructed first in 1972 and then it was rebuilt again in 1991 or 92 after a fire, the rescue squad was a much different organization. We were an out-of-house squad, meaning that when a 911 call came in, we would be paged and we would respond from home to the ambulance, get in, and then go to the call. About 10 years ago, we changed our operations in order to greatly improve response times. We became a live-in squad. And our volunteers now sleep there at the building 7 nights a week for 12 to 24-hour shifts. This enables us to respond to a 911 call in 1 to 2 minutes rather than having to wait for members to respond from home to the building. And it cut approximately 5 minutes from our average response time when we made that change. And in medical emergencies, those minutes can mean a big difference. At a minimum, every night there are 2 to 4 people sleeping at the building if there's one crew, and there's double that if there are 2 crews staying in-house. Because the building was designed before we were a live-in squad, our current sleeping quarters is actually just an old converted office that we put 2 beds in. That means that every night there's 1 or 2 people who are either sleeping on the floor or on a couch in the meeting and training room, which is obviously less than ideal. Additionally, most of our crews are co-ed, and having only 1 small room creates privacy issues, meaning one of the beds usually goes unused so that a member of the opposite sex can have privacy. The rest of the crew will sleep on the couch or on the floor in the training room. And Trustee Levinson saw this firsthand last week or 2 weeks ago. We had a morning meeting and he came in and I had to wake up the person who was sleeping on the floor of the meeting room and push her into a bedroom because we had to have a meeting. When the building was constructed 40 years ago and then rebuilt 20 years ago, we only had 2 ambulances, and now we have 4. We've got 3 primary ambulances and 1 backup. Increasing the number of ambulances has greatly increased our ability to respond to multiple emergencies at once and also to major incidents that require more than 1 ambulance. For example, at every working fire in South Orange and in Maplewood, 2 ambulances are dispatched to the fire scene, and then a 3rd crew goes to the 3rd ambulance into the building to cover the rest of the town. We don't often call on mutual aid, which is something that has changed over the years. We used to rely on them a lot, but we are called to respond to other towns quite frequently. We're the primary backup for the Maplewood Fire Department during the day and for the Maplewood First Aid Squad at night. And it's not uncommon for us to have 1 or 2 ambulances on calls in South Orange and additional crew in Maplewood. Our members provide backup not only to our primary crew at night, but also to the monarch crew, which the town has contracted to be the first to ambulance in the day, during the day, and we respond to hundreds of weekday backup calls per year. 2 of the 4 ambulances that we have are currently housed outside, which is not good for many reasons that I'll get into in a moment, but one of the biggest ones is that there are many things in the ambulance that cannot be exposed to extreme temperatures. We have glucose, epinephrine, sterile water, defibrillators, things like that that cannot handle extreme temperature changes, such as too cold in the winter or too hot in the summer. Just as an example, last week I went into one of the ambulances that's parked outside with a thermometer just because I was curious, and it was over 120 degrees in the back of the patient compartment, and that's obviously not good for putting a patient in, a 120-degree ambulance, but it's also not good for the equipment that's in there. When a call comes in, the crew must get to the ambulance and on the road immediately, and there's no time in the winter to clear off the ice and snow, defrost the windows, dig it out, and hope that it starts. So as you can imagine, there are reasons why you don't want to put a patient inside a 20-degree ambulance or a 120-degree ambulance. One of the major issues of concern to us when we're talking about a new building is parking. In addition to the 4 ambulances and one first responder vehicle that we have, we need room for our members to park. Not so much when they're on duty, although that too, but basically when we go to a backup call, which is the second, third, or fourth call, we need to be able to respond to the building in our personal vehicles and then get in the ambulance. And we can't be circling around looking for parking or parking far from the building. So that's one of our biggest concerns in picking a spot. In addition, there are regular meetings and training sessions held for the entire squad and also outside agencies where people require parking. But basically, we just wanted to tell you that we support and thank you for all the support that you've given us over the years. And we support the ambitious plans to redevelop the 3rd Street area. We're asking the Board of Trustees to help us continue doing our life-saving work by replacing our current building and building us one that can fit 4 of our ambulances inside and meet the needs that we have and provide a place for people to actually sleep in real beds at night while we wait for the next call for help. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, at this time I'd like to open it up for the board discussion. So if there are any comments or questions, and then we can kind of move to a resolution after that.
Actually, I want to say one thing even before we get into the rescue squad. First of all, just I thought it was pretty remarkable today in general that the meeting we've had has been one that has shown off volunteerism and participation in this community in such a great way, starting with the proclamations for the parking authority folks who've been putting in such a good long time. We had the library. This is all through volunteers, the rescue squad themselves, a completely volunteer organization, help from the planning committee and volunteers to help talk about and improve the position that we've taken, the flexibility of the trustees and administrator to consider that. CCR, which we've heard some conversations about. I thought it'd be for me as a new trustee, it's been actually very enjoyable to see how this process is working. So I just want to thank all of you for the volunteer.
I have a few things. Actually, I have several things. Dan, thank you so much for coming tonight and all the rescue squad members that are in the crowd. I definitely want to start off by saying thank you so much for the work that you do for this community. You're such an asset. I don't think people realize, and I got to see firsthand what it's like in the rescue squad facility, that you sleep there 12 hours. I mean, I thought we did a lot on the board of trustees, and it actually pales in comparison to what you guys on the squad do for this community, so thank you so much. Administrator Lewis, can we start going over perhaps an overview of what the financial relationship is in the community between the squad and the village and how that works?
There isn't much of one. I mean,
no,
we do,
from the basics. Do we own the land? Do we own the building? Things for somebody who's just watching right now, like what is the actual
the current
relationship?
location, we own the land, we own the building, they have a long-term lease, which is or isn't, I don't know what it is. But, and obviously the proposed scenario is ultimately we would own the land and own the building as well, and presumably have a new long-term lease on the new facility.
Okay, and as a part of that lease, there's no exchange of payment monetarily?
No, it's a nominal $1 a month or $1 a year. It's basically free.
Okay.
And we do, but cover a very minimal number of some expenses and things.
Oxygen.
But a couple things, but largely they're totally self-funded. They do a fantastic job raising money, and they are again, if you wanted to try and cost out what a paid squad would cost us, forget about it.
In terms of maintenance of the facility once it's built, what is the relationship between us and the cost of maintaining the facility?
Well, I certainly would assume that it's probably the same way it is now, that the day-to-day maintenance and operational costs, the squad incurs. If ultimately it'd be a brand-new building, so hopefully we wouldn't have to worry about that for some time down the road, but I would think that if you get into a capital situation, then again, we own the building. That would be something I would think that the village and the squad would have to talk about.
Just to interrupt on that point, back in 2007, as Dan mentioned, when they came, they talked about expanding the building. They were talking about raising money privately for that, not coming to the village for money, or they may come to the village for some money. So there was the possibility that if they want to expand or do a major change to the building, that they could raise the money privately. It doesn't have to be to us. We basically treat it as their building.
Okay. In terms of the parking concern that Dan had brought up, with the arrangement on Sloane Street, how would we be able to accommodate that? Because it's going to be a shared parking scenario, it's not going to be dedicated. I mean, it could be dedicated to the squad, but in terms of their own lot right next to them, that's just not going to work. So where would we pull the dedicated parking that we could give them?
Well, I think there are a number of options. We've looked at different options. We very, very preliminarily whether a few spots could actually fit on the site, even accommodating the bays is a possibility. There are currently some spots, I think, across the street on Sloane that are, I don't know what it is, a pickup zone or something?
Taxi.
It's a pickup zone. It's actually where the firefighters parked when they had the trailers. That's where the firefighters had parked when we were doing the renovations. And there's also spaces right behind the lot on 2nd Street. You'd have to build a staircase actually through the fire department driveway where you could put 6 spaces. You could dedicate 6 spaces there if we had to also.
Right.
But that's just one flight of steps.
Yeah, and certainly the crew that's sleeping there, obviously, it would be the ones that theoretically could park a little bit further away because they're showing up for their shift, they park their car, and if they have to walk to get there. So certainly in that lot, we own the village-owned lot behind the firehouse, and the village president and I did walk over there, look, they have a shed there, and there's some other things. I don't know what would happen, but I think you could get some spaces there. Ideally, those would be sort of the dedicated ones for the people that were reporting for a shift and could park there. And then somewhere between on-site and potentially Sloane Street, I think you could get those more immediate right there in the front row access for the squad members that are responding for backup or showing up at the last minute.
And for the overnight stay, the Wells Fargo Bank has always been worked with us. So since they don't need the bank at night, it's half a block away. So if someone's going to be there, not running down there, and they need a place to park overnight, as long as they're out of there by 8 in the morning, it'll probably be okay too. We'd have to work it out with them, but I don't think there would be any objection.
But on the other side of it is that when they have a need for parking is the time that the community doesn't have a need for parking.
Mm-hmm.
And it works out fairly well. It's the evening hours and on the weekends.
Well, the only thing I would say is that when they're doing backup and they get called, I know they were their pagers, that might actually occur at 3 in the afternoon. And so if they're going to the squad to do backup, they would need a place to park and not be looking for parking like the rest of us.
Yeah, we've talked about basically 2 different tiers of parking.
Mm-hmm.
That ideally it would be like it is now. I mean, from a parking standpoint, the building is in a phenomenal location in a parking lot. There's always plenty of parking available. But I think what we've talked about is that, that's not going to be necessarily the case anymore, so that, there's 2 tiers. There's one, which is the direct, immediate, it's got to be right in front of the door spaces for those backup calls. And the other is, if there has to be spaces that are around the corner or right next door for the long-term parking, or if there are events or classes or things like that, ideally you get as many on site as possible. Mm-hmm. But barring that, our redeveloper and Jonathan Rose understand, very much so that they have to find, at least 4 or 6, immediate direct spaces right on site, and the rest we can figure out, wherever they can go.
Dan, if we can accommodate the parking, which I know you addressed as the biggest challenge for the squad, did you have any other concerns from the squad's perspective that the board should be made aware of, looking at both the different locations and the proposal at large?
That is the biggest one. I mean, there's other things about just getting in and out. I know we talked about how we kind of given up on the pass-through thing, and it's just would be easier on 2nd Street if we're backing ambulances in to be dealing with that instead of dealing with Sloane Street traffic, which obviously gets backed up, and we're right by the circle. But parking would be the biggest concern.
Okay.
Pretty much.
I have questions about, and this is for aesthetics. If the Sloane Street area is chosen to build the rescue squad, could we request that the exterior match the firehouse for aesthetic purposes, if that footprint works?
Yeah, I think certainly within budgetary limitations, that if you were going to be next to the firehouse, you'd want to try and tie it in, you know, with whether it's brick face that sort of matches the red brick, depending, I don't know what the roof
It
would
was
be.
mentioned
whether
at the
it's
development
fakes,
committee, at the planning and zoning committee meeting, that we would, if we put it on Stone Street, we would want it to
Yes.
make it at least have the same style, not
Yeah.
necessarily match the quality.
Okay.
Do we have a rough estimate on what the efficiencies would be of being able to tap into the generator from the firehouse?
Yes. We had run tests previously on the generator at the firehouse, and we found that the firehouse generator was significantly oversized, and in fact, it should support the rescue squad. And we've asked the engineer to take a look at it.
Was your question more along cost lines?
Yeah. Do we have any idea what that cost estimate is?
I mean, I don't,
Which-
it's significant, I know
It was in
that. I
your
mean, we just
memo,
did
wasn't it?
Crest Drive, and we did the police department, I mean, they're a couple $100,000.
So by sharing-
I mean, it's not to say it's free, you don't just run an extension
Right.
cord, so there still have to be some electrical
Right.
work, but it
It's
would
a
be,
transfer
So-
switch.
you know, easily, I would think six-figure savings.
So there could be significant savings by the ability to share a generator.
Tap into
Correct.
And then, of course, you would put redundancy in, because there would be a possibility of two buildings in emergency using, or,
They can both
okay.
go simultaneously.
But by the way, the point of the elevator, we need an elevator right away in the building, right? All new buildings have to be ADA required, right?
Right, and neither site has enough footprint to make it single-story.
No matter what the use,
Yeah.
I mean, no matter what the use is, if this is a pure rescue squad, no shelter, you still have to be meet ADA requirements.
To what Howard was saying, as far as tapping into the fire department's backup generator, would they be able to run concurrently?
Yes, both.
That's what he said.
The measurements that we took, the firehouse took 9 kW, the generator's rated at 35 kW.
Oh, wow.
There's a significant difference between the two.
That is significant.
Other board members, what do you think? I still have more thoughts, but I'd like to hear from you.
Well,
Mr. Carter, I think you can take, if we need another question, we'll call you up. I don't want you standing up there all night. Thank you.
Thank you.
My feeling still is, as I said at the meeting last week, I'd like to see the designs for both buildings. I also want to see, the cost, because even though we're being given 1.1 million even though we're selling the property and part of the arrangement is for $1.1 million, I think we have to be very conscious of the budget, the fact that there is a value to that land, whether we have to buy it now or we bought it in the past. And I think originally we talked about $750,000 as the cost of the building of the new rescue squad, and I think we should be trying to stay in that $750,000 to $800,000 range, because I also don't want to, we do not have any room in the budget to cover a cost overrun. So if we design a building for 1.1 million and it goes $1 over, we don't have the money. So we have to be very conscious of that. So if we stick to that 750 to 800, which we've been assured should work in the budget, and that's why I want to see the plans and see how, what we can do and so forth.
I agree. I would like to stay within the budget between 750 and 800, because inevitably, when you're doing construction, something happens where there's cost that exceeds the budget. And if we stick within those that limit or that max, then we have that cushion without affecting what was already budgeted.
So you would like to look at both lots and not dedicate a lot after tonight? Because I think we need to move forward with a specific location, correct?
I would like to make a
I think you're
decision
saying
on
look at both
location
buildings
tonight.
with
Yeah.
or without the extra space, not location.
Yes, both
Yeah,
buildings.
I'm prepared to make
I
that.
felt like, and again, thank you to you, Barry. I felt like your memo.
I can't hear you. No, you.
Thank you to you, Barry, again on the memo you sent out to the Board of Trustees. I felt like it was an excellent summary and made decision-making a lot easier because of how well it was distilled down. I'm feeling like we pick one tonight because it seems to me like, while the process may have been a little bit painful in the recent days, the development committee did their job and the rescue squad did their job and they made their cases, and I think both locations get us 90% of the way there as far as a very good solution for the rescue squad. And if we know we can address the parking issues somehow or other on Sloan Street versus Second, then we basically should just make a decision. And it comes down to the numbers as far as what the plan is that they develop for that location. And yeah, we want to stay within the budget and we want to come in underneath because there will be cost overruns. But to me, it's basically let's pick one or the other and go. And either one of them is going to be pretty good. So it's...
I agree with Trustee Clark. I mean, I think tonight we need to be decisive because of the time frames and this. We have two choices, two good choices. They're both workable. I think the development committee, the volunteer committee did an excellent job revisiting the options, and we have a lot of information. It was clear, and I think that we can make an informed decision, and I think that it would be really, really important for us to make a decision tonight. And the reason why I'm motivated to make the decision tonight is because the administrator talked about once we make the decision, and I think President also stated that there'll be two versions, with the shelter and without the shelter, and pricing involved with those two versions. And so that's for another time and another meeting and another discussion. But we need to be proactive and make a decision tonight.
So unless there are any other kind of substantial questions or comments, maybe it's worthwhile taking a straw poll before of what the trustees are interested in doing.
I just want to make one other comment. One is that we started actually looking for another rescue squad location in '05 when Millennium came to the village and wanted to rebuild the whole South Orange Village. And they came up with proposals for the rescue squad location, and I looked back at some of my minutes, and they also talked about putting it next to the firehouse for different reasons than were discussed tonight on Sloan Street. But we had also discussed 6 or 7 different locations back then, and we always keep coming back to the same location. It's easy, we own the land, it's right there, and so it's not like it's been a quick process. It's been incredibly long, that 8 years we keep coming back to the same location. And I think those parking spaces across the street on Sloan Street, which are not used very much, they often sit there very empty. People don't really, where's their pickup, for whatever reason, they don't want to pick people up there. They still use the Jersey Transit Circle, or they park right in front of the train station. That those spaces are very easy to fit 6 cars in there and make it dedicated, not take away a single parking space from our commuter and employee parking space.
You can probably add more too. I was at that
well, there's
space.
5 spaces. You can fit 6 in there without a problem.
Yeah, they're very, very
Unless
large.
you have cars like Trustee Levinson, it's a 5.
I would like us to move forward with Sloan Street. I think it's perhaps the best option that meets in the middle between the needs of the rescue squad. I certainly want to thank members of our development committee for providing, their memo and their thoughtfulness and staying on top of this new board of trustees to try and show us what the different options are. And I think if anything, and I'm really excited about like the ups and downs of the past 10 days, but it shows that it works. That government doesn't have to move slow, that we can still move fast and include people and accept recommendations from people who are very thoughtful. I know I got very hyper this past week, so I apologize to anybody on the board as well. But one thing that I remember, and I hope to remember for the next 4 years, is I know what it's like being on that side of the podium, facing this board and trying to help and be thoughtful and contribute to the community. And so I always felt like I wanted to be heard. And I think this, over the past week or so, we not just heard people, but we acted on their advice. And moving forward with Sloan Street is, I think, the best decision. And I'd love to hear if anybody else shares that view.
I do, and it only makes a point that government can act if we vote tonight.
Yes.
I do have a couple of questions for Barry. Do we have greater flexibility by having Jonathan Rose being a contractor for building the facility versus the village being the contractor for doing it? In a number of terms. And the other part of that question, can we have a not-to-exceed contract?
Yes, I think the short answer to the first question, or second question, yes, we could have a not to exceed.
Second off, we would have the right to, yeah, I think, reject whatever bids. The agreement is set up, I believe, requires them to come in with 3 bids. It is, because it's going to be ultimately for public use and publicly owned, they still have to comply with prevailing wage.
Oh,
So a lot of the local public contract laws,
That's the
no, it's,
question.
yeah. So, you know, most of the requirements, but it does nevertheless, I think because, and the President alluded to this, they have a vested interest in getting it done as part of the overall project. But we're confident that it can get done, and that candidly either scenario can come in well within and under the budget. I would say this, the $750,000 was the number they came up with as to the value of taking it out of. It wasn't necessarily somebody's estimate of what the budget for a building would or wouldn't be, but which is part of the reason we went back and negotiated it up. But yeah, certainly the goal is to have a budget, you know, with a margin of error and a cushion built in, and we're confident that we'll be able to do that, and particularly if we can realize the savings on the generator, we're confident we can get it done.
So I think, is everybody okay with moving forward with the Sloan Street as the location?
I move.
Yeah.
Just a question before you do that, that's block 1906, is Sloan Street lot 2 or lots 11 and 12?
Yeah. Oh, you.
2? Okay.
We have to decide what location.
Yeah, so just, Ms. Klein, if you could perhaps read the resolution by title with that suggestion for lot 2.
Is that lot 2 Sloan Street?
Yeah.
I'm informing the resolution right now. So this is a resolution of the Township of South Orange Village, designated an affiliate of Jonathan Rose Companies as the redeveloper of Block 1906, Lot 2 in the village, and authorizing the execution of a rescue squad redevelopment agreement with the redeveloper.
Okay, was that moved by Trustee Column?
Yes.
Seconded?
No, it was moved by Trustee Davis Ford.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh boy, all right.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Davis Ford, seconded by Trustee Column. Could we have the roll, please?
Yes, thank you. I'll start with Trustee Davis Ford,
Yes.
Trustee Levinson,
Yes.
Trustee Rosner,
The trustee who moves it is responsible for all cost overruns. Yes.
I just finished paying for Georgetown for my daughter, so you're out of luck.
Got extra money. Is that what you're saying?
is that what you're saying? Trustee Schnall?
Yes.
Trustee Clark?
Yes.
And Trustee Column?
Yes.
Thank you. So Resolution 213-180 has been approved.
Thank you.
Can I,
I just have one question going along with that. Do we have a timeline of when we can get the projections on the cost for the facility?
Yeah, Aaron has been in more constant contact with them. And just one point to be clear is that, and I just want to make sure there's no confusion, Jonathan Rose on this particular project would be the development manager, not the contractor. They won't be building it, and they're getting 3 bids.
Where are you going?
Hi, so I'm Erin. I work with Joe Bauman as Redevelopment Council from McManaman, Scott, and Bauman. What we'll
Just
do...
bring the mic up a little bit.
I've been watching people do that all night, and I still... what we're going to do is we'll have Alex execute the agreement, which authorizes Jonathan Rose to move forward with soliciting an architect to do 2 drawings, a rendering for Second Street with the
Sloan Street.
Excuse me, Sloan Street with the shelter space and without. Then we'll execute what's called Amendment Number 1 after you review the 2 proposals and determine which one meets the village's needs.
But is there a timeline for providing that?
We're going to execute the agreement probably this week. I would say 2 to 3 weeks.
I'm being a little more conservative. I thought from the architect to get to those conceptual stages, 6 to 8 weeks, I think is, you know.
They've been turning them over fairly
They
quickly.
have, but
Okay, Barry says 6 to 8 weeks.
under promise, over deliver. Promise long, deliver short. So we can get it in 3 weeks.
Exactly.
I do have some questions about that. So with respect to 2 options, one with the shelter space or whatever additional meeting space, training facility, et cetera, and then one without it, what if we would like something in the middle? Do we have a chance to go back and ask for modifications to option 1 plus this? Because what we did consent to, for your benefit as a Board of Trustees, is that the Development Committee would also be involved with this process as well. And I don't think it's going to be as black and white as we like option 1 and not 2. So how do we do that round of review from this board?
In light of the meeting that you recently had, that's where we created the alternative concept. Upon that presentation, you know, they're your redeveloper, they're developing your project. So upon that meeting, when we're looking at the two choices for amendment number 1, I'm sure we can have those discussions. I'm sure those decisions can be incorporated. The issue at your, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
The issue at your prior meeting was whether or not the OEM space would be, the OEM shelter space would be included. So that's why we came up with the concept of the alternate concept plans.
And I think ultimately when they come up with these proposals, and you'll see them, you basically have the first story footprint, which is largely all vehicles and storage. And then the real question is how much second story space do you build? And there's, in both scenarios, there's going to be the 2 bedrooms, the bathroom, the kitchen. And then the question then becomes just how much of that remaining available second floor level do you build? And I think that they'll do it with sort of just the minimal, I guess, just squad only needs, and then the one scenario here. But I think you could probably relatively ask them for a sort of a square footage rate, and then just sort of back into it however much you want.
Right.
And just whatever square feet of extra meeting room you want.
I should also mention that we've been going back and forth with concept plans for the last several weeks, and the concept plans that we've come up with have taken into consideration all the requests of the redevelopment, or the rescue squad, and the staff at the village to build what everybody wants. So upon reviewing the 2 different concept plans, if there's something additional that, you know, the village thinks it needs and the rescue squad is looking for, I'm sure they'd be open to trying to accommodate, you know, whatever else needs to be accommodated.
Trustee Rosner, did you say there was a working group with respect to this project that had trustee liaisons in a committee or something, a subcommittee that was developed before the new board came on?
Trustee Bauer was on it, so that's one vacancy.
Yes. Yeah, that was there was a working group with 2 members of the Development Committee, 2 members of the Planning and Zoning Committee, village president, village administrator, someone from Jonathan Rose, and Joe Babbitt's office.
Is that something that's still continuing right now, or did that process stop?
We could continue, probably should continue it, because it's always going to be ongoing issues, so we should probably put it back in place.
Would the board be okay if we did that so that we have some board representation on the issue moving forward? Unless there's no need to? I would prefer to.
I think it's good to have the committee in place, and certainly when you get into sort of weightier issues and policy decisions, I wouldn't want the day-to-day and week-to-week meetings to get bogged down on having to coordinate that many people, but I certainly think, and better to have it in place, know who they are, than get there and then decide to sort of regenerate it. And that way that working group everybody will be kept in the loop along the way anyway, but also be sort of more in tune and ready and kept abreast of here's an issue that's coming down the pike. So.
Would anybody mind if I took Trustee Bauer's position on this working group?
We only have to ask the other member of the Planning and Zoning Committee if he minds.
That's the chair.
No, I'm...
Trustee Schnall, is that okay with you?
Yeah.
And the other thing I wanted the board to consider, and I brought this up with the village president as well, we are yet to have a building, a municipal building with some type of green roof. So in terms of efficiencies, dealing with stormwater management, like we just don't have it, and I'd love to see what the possibilities would be like.
Well, we've been talking about that.
I know that it crosses over into environmental commission, sustainability issues, and so any feedback that you could give, I mean, if we're going to be constructing a building and we have an opportunity to do something sustainable like that, I wouldn't mind.
You just drove up the cost of the building, but thank you.
Yeah. Well, if we save the money on the shelter space and add the green roof, we might be okay.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Are you talking about a roof that's energy efficient or a roof that's painted green?
A little bit of both.
Who's going to mow it?
Could you guys send some thoughts along on that, though, Howard and Walter?
Sure.
I think that covers.
And I would think
pretty
not
much
just a
everything
roof,
I had.
virtually any system.
Right.
You know, will
I think
obviously.
it's more important to make the building energy efficient than
Maybe even be LEED certified.
Yeah. Well, I think there's better standards.
Well, so I think the concept that we're taking away here, that the board is interested in trying to make sure that this is a green building and that there's a whole bunch of different ways that could be done. And when we sit down and talk about with the redeveloper to try and ask them to see what they could fit in there and maybe what those costs are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Are there any other comments or questions?
Well, if to that extent, we should be looking at grants or other avenues of offsetting some of the costs.
Mr. Lerner, did you catch that?
Is he back?
Yeah,
For,
he's hiding
for
behind.
a rescue squad facility, it might be one of the first in the state.
Homeland
To
Security
have a
grant.
type of green roof on it might
Yeah, I think that's,
be eligible
that
for
could be a
some.
pretty sexy spin as far as
Yeah, I know.
grants
That's
are.
what I'm thinking.
Okay, great.
Wait, I'm not done yet.
Nope.
To
But wait,
the
there's more.
administrator and to the village president, I think the public, and I've been following this because I've been getting a lot of emails about this topic in particular, I think that the public doesn't understand what happens behind the scenes and how we're kind of communicating with each other as trustees, how we're working with the administration and with the village president. And I think that after the planning and zoning committee meeting, I think that the administration, particularly Mr. Lewis, you guys really pulled it together, and so I just can't emphasize enough the turnaround time to come back with a memo, to meet with all the people that you did, to put us in a position so tonight we have choices and we have options, and we're confident that we're making the best decision with the information that was provided to us. I can't thank you enough, and I think it's a good direction for the board to continue moving in. Now we can move on.
All right, thank you. And thank you to the members of the Development Committee and also to the Rescue Squad for being here and being part of the process as well. I think this is a very exciting step forward. It's kind of the first domino in a whole handful of things that's going to result in not only a Rescue Squad facility that meets the needs of the Rescue Squad, but also an incredible project at Third and Valley, and maybe even a green roof. We'll see. So thank you all for being here for that. Next up on our agenda is approval of minutes. Oh, yeah, that's right. So that was a discussion item?
Yes.
Okay.
So
So let's move.
Yeah.
Give us a moment to reshuffle our papers. Trustee Clark, you had a discussion item.
Right. I will lead off with that, and I will assume that at some point trustees Davis Ford and perhaps Mr. Lewis will want to jump in, but basically to just set the table, so to speak, for the Community Coalition on the Race. As you know, we met with Mr. Perfetta and Ms. Gagne, and that would be Davis Ford and I. And what we've done is we've taken their program description document that they'd given us and worked on it with Barry, and he had sent out a memo basically explaining how the new agreement now requires quarterly reports and sets forth the information and deliverables for each activity that is outlined in that. And in the final section, we've also included an express limitation and restriction on the use of South Orange funds by CCR to only those programs and activities set forth in that agreement to try to make it more of an agreement, service level agreement. As we've talked about in the past, many of the services that they are providing are fungible, for lack of a better term. They are hard things to assign dollar values to. But nonetheless, I feel that they are pretty important to our village, and they are part of what makes the unique character and attraction of our village. And so I'm in favor of moving forward with them. And so what we're pushing for tonight is to get some consent from the Board of Trustees to move forward with that. So,
Barry, do you want to say anything before I do?
Just to echo what Trustee Clark said, we did go back and look, and one of the sort of the common themes that I think in this discussion, just in my time here, is okay, they say they're doing all these things. How do we know how much of it they're doing? What are they doing? What are the sort of the metrics, was the phrase. So we've sort of tried to come up with some sort of tangible reporting requirements, nothing onerous, and you're going to have this many events, tell how many events, you're going to have these different programs, how many people participate, how many things of that nature. I think, and to Trustee Levison's point, I think he sent out an email, which was not included, but certainly I think I'm sure they would be willing to do, would be sort of at the beginning of the year, what is the goal? What is your plan for how many of these things do you anticipate having? So we have something to sort of measure the report against. And I think that was a good point, something we can incorporate. Again, as Trustee Clark alluded to, and kind of a discussion we had last year as well, sort of the nature of the overall program, and I think it was, as Mr. Green kind of referred to, is sort of the cumulative, what do they do? The nature of what they do is difficult to say, you know, assign this much and it's this much per this, because you'd kind of be arbitrarily assigning a value, and that's sort of compounded by when you look at we're only a small percentage of the overall cost. And so ultimately where I think Trustee Davis Ford and Trustee Clark and I sort of ended up is almost where we ended up last year, is that it is not the type of service that's really susceptible to saying $100 for this, $900 for that, $800 for that, and just give us an itemized quantity and unit price invoice. So that I think we were all comfortable with, when you looked at the aggregate amount they were looking for as compared to sort of the totality of all the programs that they offered, and assuming that we implement these type of, you know, what are your goals, what do you plan to do, and then report, and then it gives you an opportunity each year to look back, you know, how did they meet their goals? I'm sure, as with any organization, some years they'll have more of one particular thing and maybe fewer of another, but to look at it in the aggregate, for everything that they do, I think the three of us were comfortable that the programs that were in there were of a nature, they were, you know, not political, they were certainly more public service, and things that would be within the realm of government providing those services ourselves. So I was certainly at least comfortable in terms of the legal standard of not making donations, and not, you know, that these would be funds going for programs that we could legitimately do ourselves as part of our governmental function. So.
And I'd like to weigh in because you talked about more of the specifics, and I want to talk about the mission and the community that we are, and in part it has to do a lot with the Coalition on Race. We are a very diverse community, and I'm going to speak for myself as a trustee. Being the only minority sitting up here, I love the fact that I'm comfortable.
I get ignored.
That I can be in a diverse community and feel comfortable about being here due to the part of the education, the outreach that an organization like this does, and why my husband and I decided to raise our child here. Some things you can't put a hard dollar to a specific task. It's a mission that we're not just a diverse communities, because there are a lot of diverse communities, but there are very, very few that are both diverse and fully integrated in a very helpful and holistic way. Many of you have not, maybe have experienced, you know, sometimes always being aware that you are a person of color. And unless you go through that, it's hard for us to explain. When I'm here in South Orange, I don't really think about I'm a person of color, and that's unique. But every day, something happens to make me aware of that. The fortunate thing for me, and then I guess for people who interact and engage with me, is that I'm a very, very self-confident woman. I don't have a confidence issue or any issue at all, which I really feel fortunate about. I'm probably unusual in that. The only issue I have is that I need to lose a few pounds, and I won't tell you how many. But I have to thank that to the traditional family that I grew up in, and I'm blessed with my parents. My mother will kill me, but my mother's 80 and my father's 81, and I'm an oldest of four, and between growing up in that nurturing environment and things like that have allowed me to encounter the things that have defeated and destroyed other people of color that they have had to go through. And this town and with this committee has helped address that. But it also is the other kind for those who are not of so-called a minority group. They get an opportunity with this mission to be prepared for the global world we are by successfully working, living, and doing things together as a non-minority. So I understand the need and the fiduciary responsibility as an elected body to have a scope of work and have accountability, because that is our responsibility, fiduciary responsibility as legislators when we vote on and allocate taxpayers' money. But I was willing to put it out there today because there's a greater mission, and the other thing that I find encouraging about the Coalition on Race, they're a large board, and it's not dominated by one ethnic group or another. It's pretty much equally balanced. So you all make your own decisions, but along with my partner in this, because he's a co-liaison to the CCR, and as a new trustee, you really stepped up to the plate and did the work. It was very difficult, and some of the conversations we had were very thought-provoking, and I want to thank you for that. Thank you for that, and I want to thank the administrator to help navigate us through that. And I am requesting that we put on a resolution for the amount that was requested, and we do it at the next meeting before we move into the year 2020, and I am lobbying for each and every trustee on this board to vote in the affirmative.
Trustee Levison, have you had a chance to review what was provided to the Board of Trustees? And as Finance Committee Chair, is this kind of what you were looking for in terms of an SLA?
I can say absolutely no. I have reviewed it, and I had sent out an email to Deborah and Walter, as well as the administrator. I don't think it meets the objectives of a service level agreement. And I have no objection about the mission and direction of what the CCR is about. But looking through it, and I'm looking at some of my notes, just as an example, there's a financial incentive loan program. There is no, and I remember us having one in the past, I think it's noted here that we did it back in 2000. Was the monies ever returned back? Did we ever collect, did we ever get a report back that we got the monies returned that were loaned out? From my knowledge, that never happened. There is no parameters around what this loan program is about. Are there some limits? How many do you expect to do? What's the scope of the loan program? Yeah, Fred, yeah, I would love it.
Trustee Levinson, I think you're talking about the PRISM loan program. Several years ago, that was administered through a bank, which has federal supervision. Under federal law, the actual provision of loans pursuant to that agreement was not allowed to be done by the bank anymore because according to the regulators, it was running contrary to federal regulations on discrimination. We have now, I think we brought this to your attention, one way or the other. We are now converting that program into a home loan improvement program. We're in the middle of doing this, but the money from Maplewood and the money from South Orange was actually granted to the coalition. It had to be granted or else it wouldn't qualify under state law. But in any event, whatever the legal principles were at the time, in terms of what we're actually doing with the money, we're now converting that into a loan program for home improvements based on appearance and the aesthetics of the improvement in question, so that on an entirely non-economic, non-racial basis, which doesn't run afoul of any federal regulations, this will be used to improve homes in particular areas where we have learned from construction officials in both towns there is a greater number of ordinance violations in those areas. So we're in the middle of this
Well, I'm looking for more specificity to what is the pool of money that you're looking to put together? What are the parameters of what the loan characteristic would be? Is there a payoff? Is there an interest rate associated to it?
Yeah. You're asking me questions about a program which is it's in transit. It hasn't been formed yet. What will the interest be? Ms. Gagne can probably give you the details of where we are right at the moment.
You don't have to answer the question right now.
I can tell you that that is underway, Howard. They've already met with Tony Grenzi. They're working to identify neighborhoods where they can put those into place, and so that's, they are working on that.
But what size is this breadbasket? Is it a loan pool of $20,000, or is it a loan pool?
You granted the coalition $37,500. Maplewood granted the coalition $37,500. This was done sometime around 2000.
There was a match of $75,000 from someone else, right?
And a match came from the Fund for an Open Society, $75,000. The Fund for an Open Society, for all intents and purposes, is not functioning at the present time.
But of that $150,000, of that $150,000 was granted, what is remaining today?
It's a revolving fund, so that the money that was loaned just coming back in.
It has. Okay.
Yeah, but we did reach an agreement with the Fund for an Open Society to return to them 40% of the money that they gave us.
So $30,000 went back to them. So no, it was 100. It was 40% of their 75.
Yes.
Or yeah, so 30,000.
Right.
So there was theoretically about $120,000 that continues.
Correct.
And we have an accounting of that sort of shows the ins and outs.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't gotten the nuts and bolts of this yet because we're still creating the program. But when we put it together, it comes before you for approval.
Let's go back to your review instead of going to the...
Yeah, and a lot of these other programs seem to be pro bono or volunteer based programs that doesn't look like a requirement of funds other than the administrative support for them. That's the kind of service level agreement say for this one specific one, is what kinds of funds would be looked for, what are the parameters of that loan, and how do we, I have never seen a reconciliation of that fund that is being used currently. We've discussed this in the past. This kind of information has never come forward. I can go through all of this, but each one of them, we're 7 months into the program, or 7 months into the year. I would have expected something like Martin Luther King Day, what that cost the CCR, what a report back as one of the service level statements that goes along with each one of these things, what the report back is and how that was accomplished. Have you provided any of the jitney tours? How many do you plan on doing? What is the cost per run? None of that information, I would expect in a service level agreement, that information would be provided.
I'd like the administrator to weigh in on the ability, you talked about the type of things and how hard it is to tie hard dollars.
I think, and certainly to Trustee Levison's point, and certainly as we're halfway through the year, anything that's already transpired, although candidly without an agreement, I guess they'd just be, but I would assume you'd be willing to share the results of things year to date. And this sort of process started at the beginning of the year. I think it started actually last December, before any of them had transpired. So we can certainly follow up and get the results of their operations to date, including their sort of out-of-pocket expenditures, or to whatever extent they'll share them with us, estimated number of volunteer hours, staff hours, whatever, that type of analysis. I'm sure they'd be happy to provide it.
Well, is this board prepared to make a recommendation without that information in hand?
Well, the recommendation is coming from us, and then a resolution would be put together with the additional information that Trustee Levison has requested, and coming through the administrator, which I suggest to get to us ASAP before the next board meeting. Trustee Clark and I are recommending that we draw up a resolution granting the funding and then the board can vote their position regarding that resolution. And as I said, I'm advocating, you know, an affirmative vote, and also recognizing Trustee Levinson's request for some additional clarification, which I expect that we'll have before the next meeting where the resolution should be on the agenda. So I'm requesting that a resolution be drawn up, put on the agenda. We've had our discussion. We'll get additional information that Trustee Levin has requested, and then we'll vote.
Just a point of clarification. I don't even know if that's a clarification, but Trustee Rosner and Trustee Levison, your nameplates are swapped. So, just so you know, I just noticed that.
You know, they say that, you know, married couples start to look alike.
You know what? I'm not going to say, but somebody said that you look like the Muppets.
Oh boy. I think this just went into a ditch.
Anyway, I'm a little disappointed in this board that it took us that long to realize that. I claim I can't see either of them. So.
Now I want to make sure I'm the right person right now too.
I will echo Trustee Davis Ford's sentiments here, and strongly encourage the board that hopefully getting some of those details that can be reviewed to support funding the Community Coalition on Race. As someone who grew up in Maplewood and South Orange, I've spent pretty much my whole life here from birth. There really is, I mean, there are tons of incredible, unique places around the world and around the country and around New Jersey. But South Orange and Maplewood is something very, very special, and I would not want to be from anywhere else. And a big part of that is the kind of diversity that isn't manufactured. It is intentional, as you guys say, but it is very genuine, and it is an enormous value that I take to me as a person, and in the way I think about things and do things in life. Just in general, I guess my character. How much of that has come from growing up in a community that is as inclusive, supportive, understanding, and open as this community is. And I think that having organizations that have the foresight to help make sure that those sort of things happen, I mean, it's an incredible thing, and we're all lucky to be able to be a part of it. And this small amount of money, obviously every dollar we spend is important, but in the grand scheme of things, this is not that much money, but what it gets is a lot. So I would just lend my support to asking the board to after getting those details again to consider this.
I have two things to say. One is that the agreement, the service level agreement, which I sort of somewhat agree with some of Howard, Trustee Levinson's points, is that I think that this agreement needs to be done in conjunction with Maplewood in the future, because this is a shared service, and it's kind of hard to do it, because even if we said we don't agree to half of those things in there and then put some money in, they're doing them anyway because Maplewood has it in their agreement. So unless we have an agreement that works with Maplewood, it becomes almost pointless to have a separate agreement.
I agree.
Which is something I have yet to figure out why we even think of doing one that was different than them. Right. We have to. The second thing was, I'm not sure what level of funding we're discussing. There was the 18,000 or a lower number. And the discussion last year and the year before with both times was on a path of reducing the funding, not just for CCR, but some other groups also. And the question is, so what level of funding is being requested and what is being proposed by the committee? Is it the 18,000 was in the budget? Was it the 12,000 that we discussed last year?
It's the 18,000 because that's what they presented and is expected. And since it's almost August, I'm sure that they've formed everything. And I think it's significantly less than what Maplewood has contributed this year. May I ask you how much Maplewood contributed for this year?
Maplewood's contribution to the coalition budget is $34,200.
Yeah. So I'm proposing, along with, correct me, Clark. No, I've said I don't want to do
Disney
what I said.
tax not mixed up.
I have to. not be mischievous, edit, Deborah, edit, the 18,000. And then, but I'd like to piggyback on your first comment that you just made. I love the idea. It makes really sense because it truly is a shared service that going forward for, in having some discussions during our budget hearings for 2014, that it needs to be done as a shared service with Maplewood right from the beginning. So we need to start working on that now, so we don't go into 2015 with the same discussion. But I really like that, trustee. Oh.
I have a couple comments. I know it's getting late, but I would like to spend a little time discussing this. And I appreciate, especially Trustee Clark and Trustee Davis Ford, the time that you put into working on this agreement. But unfortunately tonight I won't be supporting it. My personal experience has been high and low with the CCR. For Nancy Gagne, I think you're just a rock star. For those of you who don't know, the executive director of the CCR came and spoke at one of my organization's events, and I had people afterwards tell me, Sheena, it's so awesome that your communities invest in these type of things. Those are the high moments where I'm like, we do it right in South Orange and Maplewood, and I get really excited with some of the programs. I spent this weekend going through all the items that were provided to us, and I was trying to cut down the budget, and then I realized I'm missing the point. All your programs are perfect. They provide great services to the community. The question and the concern that I've had is the political activities that have, even as Mr. Perfetta, you've recognized, have been mistakes with the organization in the past. And that recognition is so important to me, because there's times where I'm like, do you understand that there were mistakes and people were impacted by those mistakes? So for me, it's less about the 18,000, dwindling it down to 12,000 or even less than that. All of these are good programs. I need assurances that there's not going to be political activity from this organization, because political activity to me, it's a trump card. It's a trump card for any nonprofit that we do work with. As Trustee Clark mentioned, most of these funds, they're fungible. They go anywhere. And so when taxpayers come to us and say, did we just subsidize that? It would be disingenuous for me to sit up here tonight and say I haven't questioned funding to the CCR in the past. This time, a year and 2 months ago, I contacted this Board of Trustees and asked you how you can continue to subsidize an organization that's engaging in advocacy work and political work. My words, not anybody else's, and this was after last year's Board of Education debate. And that wasn't limited to reaching out to this Board of Trustees. I also reached out to the leadership of the CCR. I'm fine sharing information and expressing my views. And so I can appreciate everything that the CCR does for this community. I read your mission, and I'm like, that is a very important mission to the two towns. But with that important mission comes a really important responsibility to this community. I don't feel good sitting here right now criticizing all these programs that I know you're capable of doing, and you're very capable of bringing this community together, but I won't be supporting this for this year. My alternative, and I did spend a lot of time thinking about it, I draw Venn diagrams a lot. My commitment to you is first, I would like to see 1 year dedicated to you focusing on what you brought out of the community when you had your session back in May, where you identified the 5 different task forces. Those are all great things, and I want you to succeed at that. Within a year's time, we'll be able to see how well you've been able to implement the things that you brought the community together to evaluate, and kind of be able to provide us the metrics that Trustee Levison is looking for. Within a year's time, all these questions that the board has had regarding how to quantify things, you have the time right now to be working on those. For me personally, I would like to see in that year's time no political activity from the organization. We recently moved the Board of Education elections to November. It's a highly contested field. There's a lot of issues, there's a lot of debates that are going to be happening, and I'd really like to see this time for the CCR not to be involved to the level that it has been in the past. Not because I don't agree with some of your views, it's that I'm uncomfortable giving taxpayer dollars to any organization that gets involved with that level of advocacy. With respect to what happens next, I am 100% committed to evaluating whatever you bring us the following year and having a thoughtful conversation. I've seen us pick away at what you do every year, and I feel like it's not for reasons of value to the community, it's because we get pressure put on us about how we're spending these dollars, and I'm watching us even treat you differently than how we treat other nonprofit organizations. As you saw the Village Center Alliance come up and speak before, like here we go, approving $7,000 for them that easily. And those concerts, most of us know the concerts provide great value. We know the work that they've done. They haven't been involved with the level of politics, and so it's easier for us. The same with YouthNet. So I don't want to treat you any different from any other organization in this community that's requesting support. And it's support that I am more than happy from, the beginning of our first budget workshop for the next fiscal year. You have me. I will listen. I want to come to your events. I don't want to feel like I don't want to go to the grocery store because I don't want to run into somebody. Like, this is important to me. Integration in our community, it's very, very important to me. I'm a minority on this board as well. I find, but like I said, with that, the importance of your mission is a really, really important responsibility to these two towns. And that's where I stand on this issue. And despite, if I'm not in the majority on this, I appreciate everybody's views, and I appreciate you giving me, the 10 minutes it took to kind of say my piece on it.
So I really appreciate you coming out, and I think it's a difficult thing to discuss this and not necessarily go with what might be expected. And I actually would like to offer a compromise as an approach to consider for this board and see if they think it might make some sense. What I hear you saying is almost looking for, it's almost like a probationary period, a year or so you're asking to make sure that they don't do certain things. So I would like to propose, because I actually do believe this mission is, as everybody has said, I don't think anybody disagrees that this, anybody sitting here would disagree it's not a fabulous thing, and the programming is terrific. And I look at it, and one of the other things, I've had conversations with several members today, and I found them very thoughtful. And what I liked perhaps even the most were these 5 task committees that are being considered and worked on over the next few months that came directly from the public, if I understand correctly, as ideas that they are working on and will be presented back to us. And I like the approach that they're taking. So I'd like to say perhaps as a compromise approach would be to fund it in quarterly basis. It sounds like the coalition is happy to come back and wants to, and I think we want to work with them together to get this right. So I would like to offer that we put in an approach. I don't know if Mr. Administrator, if this is feasible or operationally challenging, but if we could perhaps break the payments up into quarterly payments. And
I think we already proposed it to do that.
Oh, it is.
Oh, that's what we do.
Oh, great. So,
yeah, that's what we do. But we're already into.
Yeah, I think
no. Pay them ahead, because I think, and part of the reason I think it's very important, first of all, partly has to do with Maplewood, is I think if it comes down to the fact that Maplewood is putting money in and South Orange is not, I just think we all agree that I think going forward should be, but I think we can't do that. I mean, I think it would be overly problematic. So I'd like to see us fund it. And if the level that the committee that Ms. Ford and Mr. Clark and the administrator have decided is an appropriate number, I don't know how else to modify whether it should be 12 or not. I'm fine with the number. But again, I think we should just suggest that it be kind of probationary. But I really strongly believe and expect that the coalition will come back and has to, exceed what we're looking for, and to Trustee Collins' point, not go down a path that would be something that would absolutely just, knock it totally away. So
I'd like to just follow up on Trustee Collins' statement. I hear her. However, as the chair of the committee, Mr. Profeta, said, we all have made some mistakes, and then The other challenge in, what somebody considers an individual or an organization advocating to one may not appear to be advocating to another. So it's like, you could split hairs in that area. Overall, I'm not going to restate what we all stated about the organization and its mission and what makes South Orange and Maplewood special. So in the essence of time, I think we've all had a great conversation. And again, I want to revisit that I expect in August, 12th, that a resolution be drawn up, on the recommendation of Trustee Clark, the administrator, myself, but Trustee Clark and I, we've done our job, and our deliverable was to come up with our suggestion or advice, and that is to fund the organization for $18,000 for 2013. A resolution should be drawn contingent upon the board getting the additional information requested by Trustee Levin, and we vote. So I'm requesting that of you, President.
Okay, just submit a job form. Done.
Okay. Oh, they're in trouble now.
Okay. Is that everything for this?
So for the next step, there's going to be a resolution.
A resolution
with
for the August 12th meeting.
18,000, and then for anybody who had suggestions of whatever you want to do, you could still make modifications to it if you wanted to try and decrease the overall funding, correct?
You could. Yeah, the resolution can be amended or edited, on the day that we consider it.
Okay. And if we can try and get the information for Trustee Levison for whatever, I know he's been on the metrics for a long time, so if he can get that, I would appreciate it.
So perhaps I made a mistake, but I would like some clarification. It appears here that you pointed out that it says that the payments are quarterly. That's different from being a judgment quarterly. What I was trying to say as a probationary compromise is that it actually would be considered, it gives us 4 times the effort, 4 times the work for us, but that we would have to approve it on a quarterly basis.
But do we do that for any of the others?
No, we do not. And
we need to be consistent.
Trustee Collum pointed out, this is a distinction, and I don't think we would want to do this on a regular basis. It would be an exception.
We do approve it on a quarterly basis. We do it through the bills list.
That's right. I mean,
I would suggest that we do that, we do it for every organization.
There is no other organization to do it equally for. So the comment that doesn't really fit this. Every other organization, the service level agreement is a much easier thing to define.
Okay.
This one's a little bit more vague, and it's a little bit hard to have some of the deliverables that's been pointed out.
Okay.
So we have no other organization to match it to.
All
It's
right.
unique, which is a good thing.
It is unique. Okay.
So I think sort of the closing of that comment there is that there is a mechanism in place through the bills list already that when it comes up, we'll make sure to put it out, to the forefront more. Maybe when the bills list comes out.
Would that work for you?
Yeah, I think that's point. I actually, yeah.
As a legal matter, if you approve this motion, and then somewhere down the line, the coalition does something that you just don't like at all. You don't have to keep funding an organization that's absolutely contrary to what you believe. I mean, you could rescind the authorization. And Trustee Collum, I have no doubt, but that in the end we're going to satisfy you in any event. You and I share similar views on certain things. And I can assure you that we are very serious about these task forces, and these ideas did come out of the public. But bear in mind one truth, and it especially applies to the coalition. It is very difficult to walk this line between being relevant and being political. I'll give you an example. A couple of years ago, a former chair made a point of a Board of Education team slate that he endorsed prior to the debate that was taking place. That was absolutely wrong. Right. And the coalition did say so and said that was a mistake. Sorry, we shouldn't have done that. That's a political statement, an inappropriate political statement. But suppose there was a racial dispute, and folks, as they would say, coalition, where are you? We got a problem. So we jump in, we provide a forum, a venue for a discussion, and at the end of the day, there's a recommendation. It could very well be interpreted politically. I mean, so, you know, we wrestle with this all the time. Are we doing our job, or are we violating your intent by being political?
Can I weigh in on that? And I think that's a great way to endorse something, and it's an election or something like that. It's inappropriate for your organization because that's definitely political.
Right.
But a coalition on race, when there is a scenario going on, you can be the mediator, you can be the facilitator to get the discussion out, for everybody to be heard, to come to a resolution. I think that is your role. That should be your role. You know, if we had, you know, scenarios going on here that is going on in Florida and all across this, that you would be a critical resource to mitigate some real concerns and issues. I think that's what your organization should do, but not endorse someone in an election, but you should be a resource or a vehicle to mitigate, to have discussion, to come to a consensus, and to prevent a difficult situation happening, and if it does happen, to help mitigate it and create some opportunity for healing
And my only
and
point
being
on
together.
this, my only point on this is that doing that job as you described, which I think is our job, we will always run into some group which will say, "You have just taken a political position."
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the reality.
Well, I think we all understand that, you know, there's no possibility ever of satisfying everybody. And I
All
think,
too well.
and I think what's maybe worth mentioning to kind of wrap this discussion up is that certainly at any of those points, I'd hope that there would be maybe a little bit more of a dialogue between the coalition and this board, not necessarily here in this setting, but if it's with your individual trustee liaison, with myself as village president, with any of us, just on a personal level. I think all of us would be, interested and open to talking with you about if there's an issue, that's starting to kind of blow up in town, say, and you're unsure of what to do. Not to say that you have to obviously ask, our permission to do anything, but if you're interested in the thoughts and the feedback on is this an activity, I think everybody here would be willing to help you do that. And that we don't want it to just be, okay, here's the check and, good luck with everything. But that, we're happy to be, with you and integrated with you, as you try and do your mission. And hopefully by doing that, we can at least make most people happy, or some people happy.
Mm-hmm.
So there'll be a resolution for our August 12th meeting. And unless there's any further comments on that, I'd love to move on with the agenda. We actually have a lot left still tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for being here.
And you're welcome to stay.
I'm going to suggest
this is only the first half. What's
Can we
that?
have a 5-minute break?
Oh, please no.
No.
Let's
Why?
just
Keep going.
Yeah, let's just get it done. The next up is approval of minutes.
You need to.
I was gonna.
The first is from the June 11th, 2013 planning meeting. Is that correct that Trustee Davis Ford was not present at that meeting, the June 11th planning meeting? Is that right?
The first planning meeting in June.
Okay. So that would be for all trustees, and yours is just an abstention.
I move.
Okay, moved by Trustee Reisner, seconded by Trustee Levison. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? One abstention.
Abstain.
Thank you. Next is the June 24th, 2013 regular meeting.
I move.
Moved by Trustee Reisner,
Second.
seconded by Trustee Column. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay. July 8th, 2013 special meeting and July 8th, 2013 conference agenda.
Move.
Moved by Trustee Reisner,
Second.
seconded by Trustee Column. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? And the last one is July 15th, 2013 special meeting.
Move.
Moved by
Second.
Trustee Reisner, seconded by Trustee Column. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Okay, we have two ordinances on second reading this evening.
Thank you. The first ordinance is 2013-13. This is an ordinance establishing salary ranges for certain non-union and supervisory personnel.
I move.
Okay, moved by trustee, well, before you do that, this is the second reading, so at this time I'd like to open this ordinance up for public hearing. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak about this ordinance? Seeing as there are no members of the public who wish to speak about this ordinance, I'd like to close public hearing and now ask for a motion.
I move.
Moved by trustee Davis Ford.
Second.
Seconded by trustee Levison. Could we have the roll, please?
Thank you. We'll start with trustee Levinson,
Yes.
trustee Rosner.
Yes.
Trustee Schnall.
Yes.
Trustee Clark.
Yes.
Trustee Collins.
Yes.
And trustee Davis Ford.
Yes.
Thank you. So ordinance 2013-13 has passed on second reading. Our second ordinance tonight is ordinance 2013-14. This is an ordinance establishing salary ranges for members of the PBA and the SOA, Locals 12 and 12A.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to open this ordinance up for public hearing. Seeing as there are no members of the public who wish to speak about this ordinance, I'd like to ask for a motion.
I move.
Moved by trustee Davis Ford.
Second.
Seconded by trustee Collins. Could we have the roll, please?
Thank you. We'll start with trustee Rosner.
Yes.
Trustee Schnall.
Yes.
Trustee Clark.
Yes.
Trustee Collins.
Yes.
Trustee Davis Ford.
Yes.
And trustee Levinson.
Yes.
Thank you. So ordinance 2013-14 has also passed on second reading.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to move on to the consent agenda. We have a number of resolutions.
Thank you. I'll read them by title. We have a resolution for self-examination of the 2013 municipal budget. Resolution authorizing the acceptance of a 2013 Green Communities grant to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. This is for the development of a community forestry management plan in the amount of $3,000. Resolution appointing Rachel Weiner as an alternate member, number 1, to the South Orange Board of Health. A resolution appointing Larissa Traster as a regular member to the South Orange Board of Health. A resolution appointing Kenneth Larrabee to the South Orange Seton Hall University Partnership Committee. A resolution appointing Larissa Traster as a member to the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee. Resolution appointing Robert Sandow as a member to the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee. Resolution authorizing the submission of a sustainable Jersey Small Grants Program building capacity grant for the South Orange Environmental Commission's Green Team. This is in the amount of $2,000. Resolution authorizing the submission of a Sustainable Jersey Small Grants Program grant for a geothermal energy and cooling system for the renovation of the historic Village Hall in the Township of South Orange Village. This is in the amount of $20,000. Resolution awarding a contract to Lighthouse Computer, Inc. for video broadcasting and streaming equipment and services in the amount of $33,945. Resolution authorizing the award of contract by State Contract A76769 to Business Relocation Service for the purchase of moving services for the relocation of Village Hall offices to 76 South Orange Avenue. This is the amount not to exceed $60,000. Resolution hiring a full-time telecommunications dispatcher trainee in the South Orange Department of Public Safety. This is the police force. Resolution hiring a per diem clerk typist in the South Orange Village Tax Collector's Office. A resolution affirming the village administrator's hiring of a summer playground program staff for the 2013 summer season in the Department of Recreation and Cultural Affairs. Resolution authorizing the placement of a lien on private property for special cleanup at 215 North Wyoming Avenue. This will be in the amount of $1,137.44. Resolution authorizing the placement of a lien on private property for special cleanup at 336 Harding Drive in the amount of $625.22. A resolution authorizing the placement of a lien on private property for special cleanup at 395 Meadowbrook Lane. This is in the amount of $1,719.66. There's a resolution authorizing the village president to execute a lease with South Orange Properties, LLC. This is for office space located at 76 South Orange Avenue for temporary village offices. A resolution approving and authorizing the execution of collective bargaining agreements with PBA Locals Number 12 and 12A. This would be for the years 2012, 13, and 2014. A resolution extending the due date for the 2013 sewer bills until July 31st, 2013, and waiving interest thereon for payments made before the extended due date, and authorizing the crediting of late fees paid prior to that date. We have a resolution setting 2012 and 2013 salaries for non-union and supervisory personnel. The last resolution, which is the resolution of Township of South Orange Village, designated an affiliate of Jonathan Rose Companies as a redeveloper of Block 1906, Lot 2 in the village, and authorizing the execution of a rescue squad redevelopment agreement with the redeveloper, was removed from the consent agenda and has already been placed for separate action by the board.
Well, we already considered it earlier. The couple things quickly that I want to say before asking for any comments or questions. One is just kind of working the way up. 178, the resolution extended the due date for the sewer bills. There were a handful of residents that contacted us, letting us know that they did not get the sewer bills. We have no idea what happened, whether the post office delivered it, didn't deliver it, they got lost in the mail. The little postcards could possibly get lost. I think one of the things that we're going to do is re-examine how we send the notices out. And maybe scrapping the tiny little postcards and doing something a little larger, and also trying to get more people to do it online and sign up for online notices as a reminder that the payments are due, even if they still pay physically, that they at least get the reminder online. And that this is waiving the interest, any of the interest, and also people who have already paid and had paid the interest as well, that this will credit them back, so that even people who didn't get it but then paid it after they got the delinquent notice, they're now getting that money back. So everybody's kind of on the same playing field. One or two other couple things. One is the...
I had a question on that as well.
Yeah, I have a question on
crediting
that as
back. Is that going to be that we issue checks back?
No, and that's, I did want to clarify when you said get the money back, because the amounts are nominal, they're $2, $3, $4.
Yeah.
We're not going to process refund checks. They will be a credit on the account,
To the
so
next
that
payment.
next year's sewer
Right.
bill will be less $3.
Right.
As long as we're on that, can I just tag on my question for that
Sure.
one as well? Which was, do you already have a means in place for communicating this to the various, I guess specifically the parties who contacted us with a problem about it?
Yeah,
but of more concern is the larger public. Is there?
Yeah, I think, and we've talked about this, it probably doesn't, because a significant, probably 2/3 of the people paid by the due deadline, so there's no need to notify them. But we're evaluating options. Certainly, we know the people that have paid interest, and we can pull that from the database. And I think I can probably get a list of those remaining delinquents who still have not paid, and we can notify them. And I think we'll largely cover the pool. And obviously, we'll put it on the website and look at some other methods of notifications.
But
it
it
is
was the 31st, and that's not a great deal of time.
But it is mandatory that we send out a hard copy form to all of the addressees.
Pardon me?
It is required that to send out the sewer notice, we can't have an electronic alternative.
Currently. You
Or
mean the original bill, you mean?
The original bill has to be sent by mail.
Under the current
currently.
statutes, yes.
Right.
Right, and what we were talking about was more of an online notice that you've gotten the bill, right? Yeah, it's just
suggested an opt-in kind of process.
Right.
Reminder sewer bills are due.
But is this something that, legislatively we should be looking at? Just a side comment.
Well, then they'll say they didn't get electronically. I didn't get the email. It went to my spam.
The two other quick things. One is that both that ordinance on second reading and this resolution approving the PBA and SOA contracts is going to allow us to move forward with looking at some of the recommendations from the ICMA report that have been put off for a while as far as scheduling goes. Basically the point that we had to cross was getting that agreement done. Mr. Lewis, I don't know if you have any comments just briefly on what the next steps or timeline of that is going to look like as far as sitting down with the unions to talk.
Well, they, for reasons that are known unto them, they refused to schedule a sit-down until this contract was approved and signed. So we'll get you to sign it.
We'll talk to them tomorrow.
Today or
After
tomorrow.
I'll sign it.
Schedule a meeting immediately, and then we'll bring in public safety. I know was going to be sort of the clearinghouse for this, and As I indicated, I've already been doing a lot of the background work with the help of the chief and the captains, looking at different scheduling models, running different both operationally, which is largely what the police been doing, and then the financial component of it. So
Has it been made clear to all the trustees that you're the clearinghouse in this area?
Yeah,
Okay.
we talked about it at the last meeting. We have our public safety committee meeting tomorrow night too, so if anybody wants to shoot anything on over, we'll be there.
And just one side comment, and reading through the contract, it does make reference to a police director.
Does?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll fix that.
We're changing.
That's all. That's a holdover from prior contracts.
Correct.
I'll take that up with the PVA's attorney.
We actually
to get consent to change that.
Does it say chief or director?
It should say chief or
director.
No,
Reserve our options.
No,
Yeah, in fact, we used to say chief or director because it was at our.
I'll raise that with PVA's counsel tomorrow.
Okay, are there other questions and comments on?
Yeah, one comment, sort of question, the move for the not to exceed the $60,000. I had spoken to the deputy administrator. It was done through state contract. You negotiated down from what the state contract price was on the move.
Which item is that?
I think, okay, and
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what.
It was the state contract price.
Yeah, and it's really more the level of services. This is sort of the upside of almost
them doing almost everything, or
Yeah, they had different levels of literally packing every paper in every box, and other levels, and that's why we set up as a not to exceed. We're really exploring all our options and how many things can we cut out and do internally in-house, DPW, move things and to control the cost.
And the second part of the question was, I think that we had an original line in the budget for Village Hall for moving, which I remember being greater than this, but I don't remember what it was for sure. But do you remember what that number was?
I don't, but I think it was at or around, or maybe even higher than this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But the other thing is that I had asked Adam if he did due diligence of looking at other alternatives pricing, and the answer was yes as well.
Yes.
That was my only.
Mr. Gill, we had another vendor come through and kind of give us a quote on everything, and it came to.
Adam, if you're gonna.
Yeah.
You better get your microphone back.
You should.
Should we buy him a mic?
Yeah, we should give him a mic.
We had another contractor come through, gave us an estimate on moving everything in town, and this one we did a little bit narrower so we can get a true estimate of what we needed to do. It came to about the same cost, so we decided to choose this one. What's nice is we're also, as Barry said, we are taking steps to lower that amount by using DPW, looking at other options of getting rid of some things before the big move. So.
Like a lot of old furniture.
While we're on that subject, are we going to have an agreement with Seton Hall for Cricklewood?
Yeah, I think the ball's in my court. Mr. Rother reviewed it. This is for storage in the Cricklewood basement. It's on my desk. We'll get that processed. It's relatively straightforward.
I move the consent agenda.
Okay, there's a motion for the consent agenda by Trustee Collin.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Rosner. Can we have a roll, please?
Yes, thank you. We'll start with Trustee Schnall.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Clark.
Yes.
Trustee Collins.
Yes.
Trustee Davis Ford.
Yes.
Trustee Levinson.
Yes.
And Trustee Rosner.
Yes.
Thank you. So the consent agenda has been approved. Again, Resolution 2013-180 was removed for separate action.
Thank you. Next is an appointment that I'm making to the Environmental Commission, 2013-VP11. That's the village president's appointment of Neil Chambers as an alternate #1 member to the South Orange Environmental Commission. So congratulations, Mr. Chambers. We're excited to have you on board. I know he was very interested and enthusiastic about getting more involved. So hopefully this committee will be a good place for him to get to work on some different things.
And I met him at a private party yesterday, and we started talking, and I said, oh, you're on the agenda. We're going to be voting for you, and I think he's going to be a really, really good addition.
Excellent. Trustee Levison, the approval of bills.
All members of the board has received the list of bills, and I move that acceptance of the bills list.
Okay, moved by Trustee Levison.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Rosner. Could we have the roll, please?
Thank you. Trustee Clark?
Yes.
Trustee Column?
I'm still abstaining.
Thank you. Trustee Davis Ford?
Yes.
Trustee Levinson?
Yes.
Trustee Rosner?
Yes.
And Trustee Schnall?
Yes.
Thank you. The bills list has been approved.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to open the meeting up for our second public comment period. If there's any member of the public who wishes to speak at this time. Seeing as there are no members of the public who wish to speak, I'd like to close public comments. And before we move on to the discussion, I just want to remind folks that in general, I'd like to try and limit discussion items on regular meeting agendas. I don't want to, shut people out or whatever anybody wants to call it or anything, but we should really not be having any discussion items on the regular meeting. These should really all be on conference agenda meetings. That was kind of the format that we all agreed to, so that the conference agendas were more discussion, regular meetings were quicker, and they were really just focused on taking action on items. So it's kind of okay for tonight, although it's getting a little bit late. But just in the future, if you submit agenda items, even if they're for the next meeting, I'm going to move them to the conference agenda unless there's any reason why there's a time sensitivity to discussing it any sooner.
I agree.
Okay. So the first is a discussion that was tabled from July 8th, which is the demolition of the pump house. Trustee Clark.
All right. Thank you. I will do my best to be brief. So as you may recall or may not recall from our last discussion when it was tabled, the pump house is over by Chiswick's Field in the DPW, and it is a relic of way back when we, I guess, had that whole water system there. A couple of members of the public had come and requested that we look into preserving part or all of the pump house. It was requested by the village president that we put that into the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee's next meeting, which we held last Thursday. And so we did have a discussion of that. There was a representative there, Huzefa Irfani, hopefully I'm at least close to pronouncing that correctly, who was an advocate of preservation. Long and the short of it is, though, that there was unanimous agreement on the committee to not support preservation of the pump house, but rather to move for demolition of it. Basically, a lot of it is cost. Preserving it would cost a good deal of money, and being that there is no real plan in place, there would also be a time element involved that would, if we were to come up with some kind of a plan for it, and even then it would still be expensive, but there is no plan at this point, so it's, vague, expensive. And to the time issue, there are some domino effects that need to be considered with delay on this particular item. One of which is I feel like this is checking in and out. One of which is the grant we have is the grant for the bridge building. Is it just me? Is this checking in and out?
It is.
Okay.
You're checking in and out.
Yeah, right. One of which we have a grant to.
Take Sheena's.
Yeah.
Permanently. Just kidding.
We'll do the Rosner Levison thing there. So to the time element, one of the concerns is that we have a grant to build the new bridge down there, and that is basically use it or lose it money. You're kidding me.
It's you. It's you. You got to move back. Not that far.
Get too close.
Just like this.
8 to 12 inches.
You don't. Just
So
like
the
this. You don't have to lean into it. You're
the
good.
grant is use it or lose it. We got 18 months, and so I'm very concerned that just delay will mess that up, and then we'll be losing the bridge, which is a key component to the River Corridor project, the River Greenway project going forward. Additionally, the pump house, for somewhat obvious reasons, is in a flood zone, and more specifically is in a floodway. The majority of the water that runs down there runs right through that building. So any future plan for that building would run into some significant costs, and we'd be looking at maintenance and et cetera for something that we don't really have. It would be a nice to have, but we can't really be talking in terms of too many nice to haves as far as our existing infrastructure goes, especially considering the number of other buildings which need to be addressed. So that was the recommendation of the committee, and we're looking for basically board consent to move forward so that Tommy Machete can then basically get the process rolling on demolition.
Yeah, I was at that meeting because I sit on your committee, and you did a very good and thorough job. But after listening to it being on the floodplain, and there's no plans, and young people are finding it's a fun place to hang out, we really need to move forward, as you just shared. And my other fear, sitting there and listening to the whole conversation, was another Stonehouse, scenario.
The other, I just echo what Trustee Clark said, but the other additional point, which I'm sure came up at the committee, is that the whole footprint of that building is impervious surface, and some of the future plans that we have for the recycling center, which may include some additional driveways, paving, pathways in connection with the bridge. If you're going to have new impervious surface, the DEP will only allow it by removing some currently impervious surface. So that's the only one we could remove. So that also has kind of a direct play. Certainly if there's some particularly historic piece inside there, which I don't know that there is, one could entertain whether that should be preserved somehow. I don't know if they said it or anything.
Well, the other part of it is that there's a scrap value, metal value to what's inside the building as well.
But yeah, it might be worth considering, and Trustee Clark, if there are people who you've spoken with that have found some sort of historical value to the site, maybe there is some gesture we can do, as maybe a small monument, a stone in the ground, basically.
Yes, definitely. One of the requests, frankly, in speaking with Janine Bauer, she specifically wanted to have some kind of photo documentation of the site. In looking forward, part of the river corridor or the Greenway project is documenting different sites with signage of various forms.
So there could be a sign there that's kind of said what used to be there.
Right, what used to be there and what its function was from a historical perspective.
All right. Okay.
I would agree. You have my consent.
All right.
Is there any objection? Everybody agree?
Yeah.
Sure. All right.
Okay.
But was it explained to the residents also who attended?
Who can't you hear?
You gave me a bad mic back?
He broke yours. That's right.
Does it work now?
I am the Bermuda Triangle of microphones.
Never not had that problem of people hearing me. Did the residents who attended, did they understand why we needed to?
There was one resident who attended and represented, and yes, he seemed to understand. He's an architect.
Yeah.
And I think understanding the larger context of the number of buildings we have to maintain and the fact that there isn't really a funding source for this. I think he also recognized that it was a nice to have. I think his word for it was an event. If you're sort of walking through the overall river greenway, it's nice to have an event, sort of a location to go to. But he did seem to understand that in the larger context of the money available or the lack thereof, that the nice to have is not likely.
So do we need anything else at this point? You said that Mr. Machete from Public Works, I would assume at some point we have to put out an RFP or maybe just get the quotes. I don't know how much it costs to demolish a building like that size.
I think he has to go in the auction on the Gov site.
Okay. Mr. Lewis, do we need anything more formal from the board other than the consensus that was just expressed to be able to move forward with that?
No, and ultimately you have to approve the contract.
Right.
That'll be the actual vote on.
And it is a budgeted item, capital budget.
Okay, so we can move forward with that. Trustee Column, Irvington Ave.
Yeah, a topic that I'm super jazzed about.
Couldn't go a whole meeting without.
No, couldn't.
Ding! Well, we prioritized Irvington Avenue at our planning meeting. It's something we've all been talking about. It got to planning and zoning, but man, that last meeting went late, so we never got to touch it. What I would like to do is go ahead and prepare a resolution for action on the next meeting, creating this committee so we can start advertising it on the village website and start soliciting residents who are interested in getting involved with this committee. Some of the trustees, along with the administration, have been working with Seton Hall on a project that's going to be done in the fall with the market research department over in the business school, the Stillman School of Business. So the sooner that we can go ahead and prepare the infrastructure and get it advertised on the village website and start getting people excited about, the possibilities for this corridor, I'd like to do it. So we don't have to get into huge conversation right now. I'm just asking the board permission, authorization. Let's go ahead and get a resolution on the next regular meeting to take action on.
It's good with me, and I would definitely like to work on that committee.
Okay, are there any objections to
I'm
the
jazzed,
resolution
too.
and going
Super
forward?
jazzed.
Okay.
I will second.
Consensus that everybody is super jazzed.
Consensus on super jazz.
Wait, I'm sorry, Administrator Lewis, what was that?
Okay, good. That was a nice quick discussion item. Trustee Clark, you're up again. Baird Center, Baird Community Center, capital improvements.
Yes, I will try to be equally brief. Baird Center roof. Again, coming out of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, we are very interested in replacing the shingle roof and restoring exterior soffits, fascias, gutters, and downspouts on the Baird Community Center. And we want to go ahead by preparing construction documents for public bid. It meets the requirements of being under the 1750 as for the pay-to-play ordinance, and what we would need is a resolution with specific language for change to the contract of over 20%, because it would be added on to a contract which is already in the works for ADA ramp revisions to the Baird Center. I know Trustee Schnall has some concerns around this, and I'll let him, use in his own words. But my concern is, obviously we can have a dialogue. My concern is letting the Baird Center go for terribly long without pretty important repairs to the building, which will frankly protect its bones going forward, so that we can avoid sort of a Groundhog Day scenario where you just change the name of the municipal building, but we've let it go too long, and we end up having to spend a lot more money down the line on that building. So, Steve, if you want to jump in,
I
go
can
ahead.
appreciate the concerns for the state of the building, but rather than us putting a very significant amount of effort to give ourselves a couple more years in that building, I'd like us to take a look at the actual building itself and the future programming for recreation and cultural affairs. And there's actually a report that Trustee Levison shared with me just earlier, which looks pretty extensive, and I haven't had a chance to fully go through it, but I'd like to certainly use that as a starting point and do some interviews and look at from a couple of different perspectives what we see the Baird Center and actually, or a building, because it is my potential thought that we actually, that may not be the future building going forward for South Orange's recreation and cultural affairs, and that indeed, if we're going to be, it's potentially a tear down and recreation of a new building, then spending what has been estimated at $250,000 for a roof for something that's only going to last for a couple of years does not make a lot of sense. So I'd actually, I agree with you that we don't want to get into a point where we're just pushing kicking the can down. By no means am I suggesting that. In fact, the opposite, where we're going to actually attack this, and as I said, using that report and looking at what we want to design going forward. It may or may not include services that go beyond South Orange, but I do want to take a look at our recreational program going forward. And I certainly would like some time. I do believe that we need to put a deadline, to your point. I don't think this is something we want to study for years and then come up to a conclusion, but it's something that I think we need some time to complete this report rather than spending that kind of money.
I would just say that, and Steve and I have discussed this a little bit before, but I'm completely in favor of taking a fresh look at the recreation department and, whether it's whatever form that takes, sharing services, whatever. And I'm completely in favor of taking a look at a new building from scratch, looking at what we want to do going forward and what the future of what the services we provide to the community are. And if at all possible, creating a space for it that allows for that growth and change. My concern is that the prospect of starting the planning process and then developing the plan and then developing, architectural or whatever else needs to come from it is going to be a lot longer than any of us imagine. It's going to be, on the order of years and years. And to that point, it will then mean multiple boards. We may not all be here for that long. And my concern then is that what happens at some point is that we still have to continue on providing recreation services, and we still have to continue doing it through the Barrett Center during that interim period of years, regardless of how many years it is. And there is also the very real possibility that whatever a study, et cetera, concludes, that 5 years down the line, we still have to use the Barrett Center. And if we don't spend the early money on maintenance, that we then have a building that has had basically water leaking into it as well as other problems for 5 years, and we are looking at a much bigger price tag at that point.
Yeah. Unfortunately, timing's everything. We're probably going to wind up having to do both, fix the roof and do this analysis. But we're not, there's no way we're going to be able to do anything with the Baird to the next level until this building is finished and we're back in it, just for a budgetary purpose. But I definitely understand the irritation, the annoying, because we've asked about the Baird Center for years, but it's always played second fiddle to Village Hall. I just don't see, especially the one side of the building where the roof is totally shot and the water's just pouring in. I don't know how we can risk going through another winter without doing something. So it's definitely not an easy one, and it might mean that we're at least 5 years away from getting to the Baird being done to the level that you want.
No, I don't see why it's 5 years. And so maybe I need to
budget.
The Village Hall is going to be going on.
So there's a difference between funding things and operationally fixing them. I urge us to take a look before we drop $250,000 that I think may be needless.
How much time would you need?
Well, again, I think there's somewhere in between 5 years and a week. I honestly don't.
So 2 weeks is a fair compromise?
Yeah, there you go.
Well, one of the questions that you asked me today when I sent you that report, you're asking me when was it done? I can say at least greater than 6 years ago. That was the first of a series of 2 reports on recreation and what to do with our facilities. We've discussed that, what we needed to do, both as a shared service and the capital improvements associated to it. It's been going on for a long time. I think the optimistic number of 5 years is 5 years is optimistic.
Why is that? What would happen in 5 years that won't happen, that we can't do today? What's going to happen in 5 years that'll be different from what we're considering?
You saw what happened with the rescue squad. There are committees, there is public input, there is a closeness of what Baird is to the community, no different than what people feel about Village Hall. It will take time.
Plus, there is the whole issue of what the town can manage in terms of time. We don't have staff to manage overseeing 2 major projects like that at the same time.
And what do you use in parallel?
But even if we started the plans right now, so that in 3 years we're going to start with it, which could happen, I'm just not quite sure what we do with that building in the meantime for the 3 years because of the significant damage. But I definitely, obviously because I raised the issue myself with you, I'm just not quite sure how to get around this. The difference between an inexpensive roof, expensive roof doesn't seem to be that great.
Well, no, when I actually took a tour of the building, and the directors of the building showed me where the damage is, and at least from the past that we went around, it did not impact where the general programming is. It was in places that is not where the main usage is, and if we put aside some money, I'm not going to say that we don't need to spend some money, but you know, Band-Aids, if you want to call Band-Aids, some plastering, and allocating and saying it's going to cost us $10,000 a year, whatever it might be, but that's not $250,000.
That's a fair compromise.
I like that. I've gotten to speak with Trustee Schnall about this, and I'd like his ideas put forth tonight to be pursued a little bit further. So
Well,
you would
I've
have my
asked the
support
village
on that.
engineer specifically about the deterioration of the inside, which you don't see, by the roof leaking and deteriorating, no different than what's happening in this building. The rafters and components are rotting away. There are 3 layers of shingle on that roof. We don't know what's underneath that underlayer.
This would be a situation where it would have been good, poor thing would have been here to 11:30, but to have the village engineer here so we could have a really informative and constructive conversation.
Well, perhaps what we can do is get a little bit more information from Mr. Renda, see if we can put a couple of these options on the table and talk about, you know, well, if there is a lower cost kind of solution, does that have any consequences to parts of the building that might not be obvious to us? So is that something that we can get is, a memo?
Yeah,
that
I
just
will,
kind of outlines.
I'll follow up with the village engineer. I don't candidly know to the extent to which we've had, qualified professionals, and Sal's a civil engineer, he's not a roofing expert, go in there and look and see, is there sort of those temporary Band-Aids, patches that can be done, and how many years might that get you?
But that's what this resolution is about. It is to hire somebody to go in, to take a look, and to get an estimate of what is required for the new roof.
To do an assessment and give us basically what the options for this much, you can get 5 years for this much, you get a 20, 30-year roof.
Yeah, if that's what
preparing,
it is.
Preparing construction documents.
Yeah.
Basically, is what it is.
Right, but I at least
It's
what
not
I
to
understood.
build the roof, it is to get an assessment.
An assessment?
Yes.
Of both short and long term.
Well, I would think, I think this resolution, I think the concept, at least where Sal was at, was already moving forward with ordering up a new roof and doing the full-blown construction documents for everything. I mean, if phase 1 is sort of an assessment, come back, give us your cost estimates, what the different options are, some sort of like, the 5-year repairs versus the 30-year roof, what is the various costs, and what's the underlying structural current damage, what's the forecast damage. I think those are all, would help sort of inform this discussion.
And
I'm sorry.
Just mine is quick. May I suggest to, since you're really driving this other option, to expedite getting the information that would allow you to either support or not support your position, is to maybe make arrangements, as soon as your schedule will allow, to meet one-on-one with Sal. I think
Yes,
that would be very, very productive.
That is the plan.
Is there a committee that all of you are on that it can go to? Because we've got DPW, Rec, and Finance where this issue touches. So where do you guys want to kick this to?
Well, going back at this, we can proceed to go with a new roof. We have to pass a resolution. We have to understand where the money's budgeted. What this is really the engineering side of it, of going in, understanding what needs to be done to get a new roof.
Agreed.
But I just want to make sure that that engineering assessment looks at not only what it would take for what it costs and a design for a 30-year solution, but also is there a 5-year patchwork solution that will get us to the point where then we can do a project.
Yeah, look at the old stone house.
History is and using other examples is sometimes relevant. I don't think it's always the case.
That was a 5-year roof.
Sal.
Okay, are there any more comments on that? We have one.
Excuse me, Mr. President, was this item referred to a standing committee?
I would sort of assume public
It came from Public Works.
With a recommendation, yes.
Yeah, with the recommendation
and that's where it lies, okay.
to move forward with that. Yeah.
Okay. We have one new item, Trustee Levison.
Well, I think we've discussed this previously. We again had a meeting with the parking authority. There had been a request, and I thought we had put on the agenda to have a resolution to convert the permit parking spaces on North Ridgewood and 3rd Street back to the parking authority. That was one of the questions. The other was a dialogue that we began with the parking authority to talk about raising the permit fees in preparation for us in the future to pay for the maintenance of the garage. One of the other side questions that comes along with the garage is who's going to be the manager of the garage? Is it going to be the parking authority or some third party?
And we also have to discuss the level of maintenance it's going to be, which is, goes back because, the $500 figure was based on a fully manned garage, whereas, typical, when I spoke to the local expert at the garages, we're talking closer to a number of just over 300 for an unmanned garage. So, if we go to that 300, it becomes a lot less of an increase versus the 500, but I think it's important for us, and this is a project that we, because of the permits and the whole process we have, that we'd want the parking authority to manage this our half of the garage. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to have a transfer out of there, asking people to give up their permits to move, the temporary parking, and then how are we going to make sure those are the same people who go back into the garage under the current scenario? And, we just want to make this as seamless as possible. And we have to push, and I don't know why this wasn't included in the original agreement, because I thought it was going to be that we determined who managed our half of the garage, not Jonathan Rose.
But I think ultimately we do.
No, then, so what are we?
No,
I mean, they're playing games about this for.
Well, I think ultimately we determine who manages the public spaces. Whether you have one entity manage the private spaces as well, I mean, ultimately it may wind up being, and I think that's kind of where it's heading right now, is the parking authority managing the public spaces, because they express they may want to have valet and whatever, which is their business and their private spaces, but with them just, agreed what's the total overall maintenance cost and split proportionally based on the number of spaces. That seems to be where we're headed.
I don't know how we could head anyplace else. I mean, I just,
Right.
I mean, this is, I think the policy was from this board that we wanted to keep the parking authority.
Control of our spaces, right.
Yeah.
And that's
there was
where it's headed.
there was never a discussion about turning this over to someone else.
No, that was Jonathan Rose's suggestion and didn't fly.
But I think we have to have that meeting still about the maintenance, what the cost is going to be, because that 500 number is almost double what it should be, because we're not interested in having a manned garage.
The other part of the fee structure for the permits include some way of subsidizing the jitney operation, and the jitneys are getting to a point where it's going to become a cost to the village. There's a subsidy that needs to be maintained, which leads to another side comment of the jitneys are sitting down in the DPW yard on top of soil, and the bottom of those jitneys are rusting out. What we're looking for is some place to put the jitneys so that we can preserve at least the ones that we have. And I raised the question going back to the Recreation Committee of what we're doing with our tennis courts, the ones next to the pool. Is that, or could one of those courts be converted so that we can store the jitneys in that the tennis court area?
So I had asked the question because that was open space. I think Mr. Lewis was taking a look at if that's possible. There would be, if we are going to take out tennis courts, might we move them to another location? There was a conversation for potentially moving them in addition to the fields by Farrell Field, but
yeah, we're going to review that with one of the things I need to look. Green Acres, basically, if you want to take something off the Green Acres, Ross, so you got to give them back like an equal amount somewhere else.
Or you can get permission to repurpose it.
Right.
But and I don't think repurposing it for jitney parking would qualify.
No,
but,
it wouldn't qualify.
But I would say that the Pathmark lot, certainly the back of the Pathmark lot, close to the old A&P site, they may be willing to work out a deal with us. That part of the lot is usually empty.
it's never used.
Oh, it's never used, but it's usually empty, and they have a bunch of what I call dead space all the way down by the railroad tracks, which they use for the truck parking, but there's virtually nothing ever parked over there.
The only consideration is security.
And there's another end of that spot that's
Yes.
not used in the corner closer to the dollar store.
Yeah.
You know, on the
That's the old end.
pathmark, that's not used, which would be a park.
So I would reach out to the Pathmark to see if we can work out a deal, you know, for $1 a year. And the security issue, I would see if we could mount the camera on the back of that side of that building over there. We'll let Howie stay there overnight.
Could I circle back quickly to your first parking authority issue? And I don't know if everybody's familiar with the issue of the spaces that we currently have like a separate permit rate. Because you had asked to put it on. Does everyone know the issue he's talking about?
Mm-hmm.
And is there consensus? Did we talk about that? I don't
We
know if
did
ever
talk
got
about
to
this at the last meeting.
Did we?
We didn't
we kind of
finalize anything
reach
because we were
out?
waiting for
Okay.
numbers.
The issue right now is that those spots are being underutilized because the rates are an in-between rate. You know, so we charge, I think it's $480 for those rates, and the parking authority is at $360, and New Jersey Transit's at $840. So that people just aren't paying the $480, even though theoretically people are willing to pay whatever they need to park. It was more likely people from other towns than from South Orange who are willing to do that. And it's become sort of, it'd be easier just to allow to maintain it, especially when we get to the temporary parking situation, and we may need 20 or 30 spaces more additional to give us to the full.
Okay, so is
I
there general
rarely
consent-
see those spaces being utilized.
And versus, they were completely utilized before the rate.
Right.
So,
Now, do we know, because that was the other thing, and obviously for Mr. Rother's benefit, when did that transpire? Was that done via ordinance or resolution?
I'm going to say 2008. I don't want to swear to the year, but it was either late 2007 or sometime in 2008.
And were they always, used to be just non-permanent?
No, what happened was that,
free
that
spaces,
over
or-
the years, as Midtown Direct grew more and more popular, the parking was very relaxed there. I don't think there was any restriction at all. So mostly people from West Orange were parking there. About half the people from West Orange, half the spaces were taken from people from West Orange. Some people who lived up the hill would just come down there and park there.
And teachers.
And teachers. And there's plenty of parking in the school lot for the teachers. And so when we were trying to get down the waiting list for the parking authority for the parking lots, we were looking at every solution we could, and those were some of the spaces that we dedicated to commuters. And over the years, those people have not renewed their spaces, the ones who did take it initially. And Mark Hartwick's feeling was the rate differential was that people would just rather wait it out to get on the list, because we did pare down the list a lot.
Okay, we just need to look to find out how it was done so we can undo it or transfer it, whether it was an ordinance or resolution. We'll look at. Okay.
Okay, great.
Definitely did Doug's first year.
Unless there's any other new business, I'd like to ask for a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Moved by Trustee Collin. Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Imagine someone not